What up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. We're going to be making a pretty sweet, interesting system today that I have no idea how I'm going to make. So, I can see that I'm a little disappearing like my dad. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so yeah, let's try to figure out what the hell's going on here with this system. First, let's get the stream chat up so that I can see y'all's chatting. First thing I see is that David's Batman. News to me. Welcome to the stream, David. And it's going to be a great stream today. Yeah, I am disappearing hard, hey? Maybe let me work on my filter settings here so I don't just literally vanish. Okay. That seems better. I literally just touched it. It's like, fixed. Yeah, that's good. I'm not going to worry about it anymore. So, once again, the lures did ruin your fun. Yeah, I can't play the super awesome coffee song that's in the Discord because I will get demonetized for that. So, yeah, I got my water, my coffee, I got you guys here, and we'll make a new project in Unreal Engine, and we'll figure out how to do this system. So, basically today, the system that was requested was a, let's say, RPG item modifying system. My brother calls me. Stand by 1 sec. My brother wants us to go check on his cat, but he does 4 days on, 4 days off. So and he lives by himself, but he owns his own house or whatever. So good for him. I did own my own house until, you know, I had an ex-wife, and then stuff happened there. But yeah, you know, all you older types will know what I'm talking about. But anyways, so yeah, what we're doing today here is the system that was requested was a couple streams ago by the name is escaping me. I'm sure somebody, either he's watching or someone will remind me of the name, but yeah, he basically wanted a system where you have an item in an RPG and then you upgrade it or whatever the case is, and there's a chance that it re-rolls and it can gain an attribute in a sense. So like, it can be like the axe of power, or the axe of health, or the axe of wisdom, or whatever the case is. And it can add these modifiers on to kind of boost your stats in another way, but it's going to be a randomly generated thing. Fuck, I did it again. I can't give you guys a project file with that extra bloated bullshit in there. Anyways, let's just fix that. There we go. Delete. Reopen. Who took my coffee? Hey, is everyone's coffee okay? I mean, mine's been obliterated already. But anyways, let's take a rest. You still have the background elevator music playing. Thank you. How dare you call that elevator? I'm just kidding. I turned my main notes down so I couldn't hear it, so that's why. So thanks for letting me know. But anyways, Mark says, so apparently my brother's dog has to align his poops perfectly with a certain axis of the Earth's magnetic spectrum. I mean, how you discovered that? News to me. But, that's funny. Whoops, not my projects. So, yeah, the system we're in today, I don't know, man. I have no idea how to make this. I will have to figure it out. RPG item mod, sure. And it'll be a blank project. And I just regretted doing that because now I gotta import the mannequin and all this other stuff. It's called Polarity Pooping Mark, yeah. Whereas my cat is just too fat to fit in the litter box anymore, so she just shits outside of it. That's nice. Goddamn cat. But anyways, okay, so new plugins available, don't give a shit, whatever. Let's load this landscape. Let's not load this landscape. This landscape's just huge for no reason. Let's just make a new level. New level. We'll call it. What's the prefix for levels? It's just L. It's kind of lame, hey? We'll just say test map. Yes, save the test map. Alright, so literally nothing exists, so we got to add some stuff to the outliner. So we'll make a new folder, lighting. And over here, first we got to add a directional lights. So I've never really shown this before. If you guys don't know how to set up a blank scene, which I assume you should at this point. Whoops. Lights, directional lights. There it is. This controls the light in the scene, but doesn't really do much unless it has something to hit, for one. So let's add a static mesh. We'll just add a basic shape here. A plane. There, it has something to hit now. I don't know how big that is, but it's probably not that big. So let's go to details. Location. Why is it there? It should be there. Directional light, I hate that it's always in the way, but let's put this 500 out of the way. And then you can control it with, I think is it Control L, I think, right? Or it's Alt, something L. Or did I just not have to, okay, yeah, it is Control L. Then I can control the directional light with that. And yeah, let's make this way bigger. Let's make this... There. Something like that. And yeah, this black dark world is dark and lonely. Let's put some sky in it. So we'll add an atmosphere. Sky atmosphere. There we go. Looks pretty nice. And then we could add a... shit, what's the other one? Skylight. So yeah, skylight just takes the light in the scene and punches it back into the scene, basically making it reflect what you already have. So that's really nice. And God, the thing you need a sky sphere, I think, is what you need, which we don't really have in our skylight atmosphere. I can't remember what it's called. I'm blanking on it right now. Besides the clouds, I know that that's exponential height fog or whatever it is, or sky something. Everything under the Envil light mixer. Good morning, Mr. Cowkisser. Yes, that was the guy. That was the guy that requested this system. So, is he here now? Yes, he is. Nice. Good morning. Welcome. So this is your system, sir. So we'll figure out how to do that. So I'm just figuring out how to... I've tried to remember what the goddamn thing is. Yeah, someone said exponential height fog. It's... not that. It's the... volumetric cloud is the other thing we want. And then... we don't worry about fog right now. We'll just make sure that we can add it after if we want. But the last thing, you need a sky sphere. I just can't remember the effing name for it. Unless you just got to select the sky atmosphere or the sky lights. I can't remember, one of the two. But anyways, details. Is it the cube map? Are specified. Daylight. Okay, yeah, that's just to set the color of basically the color of the lighting and stuff, right? It's basically reflecting back what's in this cube map onto the level. I can't remember how to get the blue. I swear to God, it was a I could just import my day-night cycle and just call it a day. Why don't I just do that? Bye, level. Nice to having ya. Imports. Sorry, we'll go to Fab here because that's where it is. We'll go to my library. I'm also going to find some weapons on here that we can use. Ooh, yeah, I forgot about that. Ooh. Nah. We won't do that. Day-night cycle. There it is. We'll add that to the scene or to the project, and then I'm sure I got some weapons here somewhere. You know what I mean? Not like guns. That'd be an odd. Isn't that what Borderlands doesn't do that exactly? But okay, to be fully honest, I'm not a big Borderlands fan. I played the second one when it first came out. I remember spending $60 on it, Canadian, in 20 whatever it was, 12 or 13. And yeah, I didn't enjoy it. I got to like level 20, and I was just like not having a good time playing it. And then my friend convinced me to buy 3, and I had the exact same experience. So I don't know what it is about it, but I just don't enjoy the game. I think looter shooters in general, I'm just not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of just finding a different weapon and then just ditching the one you were using and then like constantly changing. I don't know. I personally don't like that. I just like having weapons that I know how they work and all that kind of stuff. But that's just my own personal opinion. Anyways, we are looking for... Hey, gathering resources. That would have been a good thing to add to the last one. Except I can't provide the, what's it called? The project files if it's got paid stuff in there, right? So that's cheating. Fantasy Mega Pack. Looking for literally anything that is a weapon. I don't really see anything. I guess I haven't been collecting those because that's not what I need in games, in my games. I'm not seeing what I need. Alright, well, we'll search for something on the actual store then. So, 1 and 2 were a blast, 3 and 4, the movie sucked slugs. Nice. Well, I mean, I didn't even bother playing 4 because I knew better at that point. So, there, my mouse kind of disappeared for a second there. Environmental light mixtures. So, sorry, is that a plugin? Resolute? Is that... GigaChad Sky Mesh. Is that a legitimate plugin? That's awesome. Sky Atmosphere was already in the level, but so yeah, I'll just put my day-night cycle in and it'll fix all. And okay, sorry, let's search up here for weapons. Specifically free, so I can give them away for a price. Only show free products. Let's go, let's go. This is perfect. Right? So I'll add that to project. Mark's right, just use the environment light mixture and you can add everything from there. Like, is that a thing? Because, like, I always just do this manually. You know, so, whoops, we'll get rid of that. I will close this. Where is that? Is that, oh, right here. Environmental light mixture. Create. Dude, what? This was a thing the whole time? I did not even know this was a thing. I'm not gonna lie. So, only show atmospheric lights. So, we'll create a skylights. Skylight with real-time, blah, 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 whatever. Create directional lights. Create volumetric fog, create height fog. So let's see what we can do here. Intensity. Oh man, this is dope. You can just edit all this stuff right away. Wow, I'm gonna fool around with that later, but I mean, I have my day-night system now, so I'm not gonna bother with that. I'll just go over here, world lights, day-night cycle. Done. And it even has a moon. And I can even simulate it, and the moon even moves. Right, so there you guys go. Yeah, day-night cycle done. And you can set the time and all that kind of stuff too, right? So day-night cycle, details, there's my time ticking up, right? I can enable fog, and I can enable 24-hour clock. I can change when my lights turn on and off in my scene as long as I inherit from the light class. And I can print the time of day. I think I have to restart it though. I can't, oh, I gotta change it when it's not simulating. Debug time of day, and print time every 0.5 seconds. There's my time. Boom. It's a great system. Anyways, so just showcasing that. If you guys want to purchase that, it's on the Fab Store. But anyways, so I do need help actually with this with materials because I had to add a moon mesh, which is just a plane, because I could not get the material to work because we have the sun, which is in the material, right? It's baked into the material. And I literally could not get the moon to work at all. So I had to add a mesh in. That's the moon. But I'm sure that one of you masterminds in materials can help me with that. Anyways, so yeah, let's add a plane in here and let's get started. So shapes, plane. We'll clear that and we will add, well, first off, outliner, day-night cycle. Let's just put that somewhere, you know, not here. 1,000, I guess. Let's put it way up there. And back to this plane, and we'll make the plane bigger like we did before. Boom. Okay. So we'll drop a player start on here as well. What did I just put on there? I thought I must have went one more down. Basics. Player start. Bad size. And if I hit play, I don't have a player character. So I should probably just I should have just started with the what's it called? the templates there. Add feature content pack. We'll do third person. And yes, add that to project. So we'll probably just have to change the player controller and stuff now. Or do we? Yeah, of course we do. Of course we do. Edits. Project settings. Default game mode is the third-person game mode, and then that's good for now. Hit play, there we go. Perfect, so we're moving around on a super tiny-ass thing, but it is what it is, so... Okay, so we got what was voted, Faces Right. We're doing, technically this was tied and then almost tied again last video. We're doing an RPG system where you have an item, and then once you upgrade the item, it has a chance to roll for a modifier, like of power or of wisdom or whatever, and it can increase your stats based on that. And I just got to figure out how to do that because I have no idea. So, moo away, yes, indeed. Anytime someone asks what we're doing, even though, to be fair, I didn't post at the top. Actually, wait, it's in the title, so yeah, moo away. So, I'll just turn up my mate-outs a little bit so I can hear if anybody subs or whatever the case is. Okay, so I'm not fucking leaving. You're funny. You guys are awesome. Y'all trying to provoke me. Happy in the background, it's egging me on. Yeah, right. You guys in the Discord and a voice chat. And speaking of which, after the stream's over, we'll have like a tiny little after party for members in the Discord. We'll just hang out there basically while I comment all this. And whoa, what you got saying now, losers? Mark dropping the $20 donation. Thanks a lot, Mark. And what you gonna say now, losers? Mark, I obviously never met you in person, but I just have the most hilarious image of what you're like in real life in my brain. It's like walking to your house and you're like, where's Mark? And he's literally like bouncing off walls because he's had 4 cups of coffee, you know? But, anyways, thanks for the donation, Mark. Appreciate it. But we are going to figure this out now. So we got our weapons from the Fab store. So I think the first obvious... Fuck, I hate when they do this. I'm trying to remember how to fix this. This was... Yeah, I'm a disruptor when I'm in the office too, yeah, right? You were always sent to the principal's office, weren't you? just like me. Just for having a high level of energy, basically. Okay, anyways, I can't recall how to separate these. This is the one thing that pisses me off about Fab. When this kind of shit happens. I think you have to do this. You have to go into the actual Unreal Engine file here. Where is it? RPG game mod. Content. Then you go to... I can't remember if there's a Fab thing or not. I thought it wasn't. Yeah, I can't. I have to like look at my own video because I did this before and I just can't. I just remember that you went into the here and then you had to drag it in manually. It was really stupid. Serenia Play. I think that's how you say that. I apologize, but just subscribe to the channel. Welcome to the realm. Okay, so we gotta find these goddamn things here. External actors. Nothing to do with that. External objects. Nothing to do with that. Characters won't have anything to do with that. Day-night input, level prototyping. I don't think it'll be in third person. Yeah, so I don't know where the hell it is. Right, because here they are. That's great, but I obviously need them individual and not by themselves. Ooh, does anyone know how to do this quickly? Mark, I still have $20? Right. Mark needs a coffee because he isn't bouncing off the walls. Oh, really? I gotta go... I got told to tone it down on the phone yesterday. Haven't I told you to tone it down, Mark? Anyways, so yeah, I gotta figure this out. Edits. Re-import mesh with dialog. I mean, sure. Does that yeah, I didn't think that would do anything, but re-import mesh with dialog. Yeah, I just can't remember how to change this. Manage asset actions. You gotta select them by connecting the faces and split them. I can do it way faster. Like, I'm telling you, like, I did this when I did the procedural generation video. I'm just gonna pull that video up because I can't even freaking remember how to do it. The things you forget, right? When you, the things you forget when you, haven't done it for a minute. PCG... Oh, whoops. Maybe I should put the P in the PCG. You know? Alright, was it this one? No, it was the... Oh, it was the farm one, right? I'll just scroll down and find it. This is also another good thing about me doing videos, is because I can be like, I don't remember how to do that, but I did it one other time, I come on here. But I can't find... I must have missed it. This one. Yeah, so this is where I did it, because I imported this... I'll just mute myself. It's fine. Anyways, I did it right here, creating our crops, what you need to make, importing the crops, yes. So then I talk about how annoying this is, that I import the crops and then they are one giant fucking mesh. Just get on with it. God, I talk too much. Okay, I just did it, so how did I do it? Okay, so, yeah, that was it. So, you go into the app data, temp files, blah, 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 which I'll do off screen so I don't show any of my stuff. And then... Come on now, what did I do? What did I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Oh, then, oh, do you drag them in that way? Oh, okay, maybe I'll try that. So, we'll go here, and this is weapons, copy. So, just go over here, and I'll just do that quick. Is it in program files, or is it in users? I didn't see exactly what it was. My name, app data, local. Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. I blurred it out, obviously, for privacy, so... User, my name... App data. Sorry, everybody, I'm just trying to figure this out. App data, is that it then? It says no data in it. What the fuck? Maybe it's in my, is it in the same drive as your Epic Games? We'll just do fab library. And see if anything comes up. In the meantime, we'll answer some comments here while my computer searches for that. By the way, we should have fixed the issue with, here, I'll minimize this so you're not seeing double me's. But yeah, I should have fixed the issue with my stream because, again, I was on Wi-Fi and I literally bought a 100-foot LAN cable that was flat, and I just like ran it all along the wall. It looks all nice and stuff, and then I put it up here into a D-Link, so Azure and I both have hardwired connections now. So before I was getting, like, I'm not even joking, like less than 30 megabits per second, and I was losing my fucking shit. And now that I'm plugged in, I get 800. Like, it's just completely crazy difference. So can't find the pack you're all using. This one, I mean, it was free. I just checked the free one. It wasn't that far down. So I can't, it's not finding anything called fab library in my C drive, so that's super weird. Maybe I'll check the D drive. Okay, so just while we're waiting here, an update on where I'm at with Tarkov. I have completely finished the rough cuts for all 12 episodes. Last night I recorded all the intros and outros, and then I have to edit those still. So after I do the intros and outros, then I'm going to do I'm going to start exporting them. And yeah, they're going to be it's going to be a doozy. It's 11. I'm not like I cut out 8.5 hours of footage from the raw, so it was a lot. So to be honest, I feel like I should just do what I was doing before, because what I did before is I did a prep project and then I did a practice run, like pretending that I'm teaching it, and then I did a separate project where I actually built it, and I did it that way so that if anything happened, I didn't have to edit out all the BS. But I wanted to try to not do that and then have bugs happen live and fix them for you guys. And I'm adding a new kind of thing in there where I'm going to add some like banners at the top left corner that's showing you that we're debugging and what we're debugging. And then if you don't want to watch those, you can skip to the orange banners, which are the fixes, and you can just apply the fixes in your project and not have to watch the debugging. So that's up to you. But I've read a lot of comments that people like to see that I debug stuff, right? So yeah, I want to kind of make that a core feature if that's something everybody wants. But anyways, yeah, so there was a ton of mistakes, especially in the last 2 episodes. Like, there was so much debugging. The last episode alone was like 3 hours of raw footage. So, and then I cut it down to about an hour. So there was a lot of stuff I cut out because it was just me trying stuff and then it not working and then me undoing work I just did. And I didn't want to waste anybody's time doing that. So, anywho's, oh snap, how was your first week back at work? I haven't gone back to work technically yet. For those who don't know, I do 911 emergency calls normally. I've taken a year off for stress leave for, I'm assuming you can understand why. That job's not for everybody. But anyways, so I'm slowly integrating back into work, but I haven't actually technically started yet. I'm still doing some stuff to get ready for that, so. The stream is running smooth like a bald guy's head. What? Bald guy's head? Who are you talking about? I don't know if that was a kick at somebody or whatever, but anyways, using the tutorial, sorry, what's his name? Somebody said something up here. I'm going to break them into FBX real quick. Oh, okay, you are going to do it? No, I wasn't. No, it wasn't a kick. Okay, perfect. But where else? Maybe Fab might be in my, what's it called? My hard drive. But anyways, long story short, I was going to get to, so I have a 4 terabyte solid state drive for editing. And I mean, I've been rocking that for a while. And last night was the first night that it was like, oh, hey, your hard drive's full. And I was like, what in the fuck is happening? And yeah, it was because DaVinci Resolve's render cache was like a terabyte. It's like, Jesus Christ. So, and I also deleted a bunch of old footage that I didn't need anymore, and in turn deleted a bunch of bloopers. But oh, it's fine, it's fine. It is what it is. So, Fab, game development vault cache. Dominic, welcome to the stream. We're just looking to split these up because we want some items that we can use to modify, basically. So, Fab, weapon select content. Autosaves game. I cannot find this goddamn temp folder. Well, here's a Fab library one. Listings version 1. That's probably not it. So if I go in here, go to game development, did I put 5.7's folder in here? I can move this over here now. Did I put 5.7's folder over here? I think I did. Or did I install it on my other drive? I guess Epic Games. Here it is. Engine? No. I'm just looking for like app data, which usually is in your C drive, but I didn't install it on my C drive, but it's also not there, so I don't know. Okay, well, I mean, maybe if we can I open this in Fab? View in Fab. I think if I add this to my library and then do something another way, it might do it differently. I don't know. We'll see. Ice zone. Add to project, view in my library, which I'm already doing. Right? Yeah. 3D exchange formats. FBX. Yeah, I wish you could just download it so you can import it, right? So I've already added this to my... Well, if I add it to my project again... Editor has no doc tabs, so that's cool. That's nice, I don't care. That's super... Yeah, it should be in Vault Cache. In your Unreal thing here? Okay, so let's have a look at that. In game dev, like in the actual folder here. Oh yeah, so it would be saved, right? Config logs, not logs. Debug source control, not web, or what is it? Web cache. Epic Games cache, Vault cache. Okay, copy that. So go back here. I did it in the D drive. Epic Games, this guy said Epic Games cache, which I don't even see in here. So I'll search for it. Oh, I feel like this should get fixed because this is dumb. Like, I know that they ask them to do this on Fab so that it saves data and space, but it's like, this is silly that like we got to do this just to break up our stuff, right? So cache, and what else did you say here? Sorry, should be in Vault cache, Vault cache. Okay, here's market. Okay, so I'm going to open this folder. Open folder location. Because we're going to go back up the way here to engine. No cache here. Or is it build or config? It's in one of these. Build or content. Okay. No. Saved, Unreal Build Tool, shaders source, developer runtime third party. Yeah, it should be in here somewhere. Derived data cache probably. Nope. I'm just gonna open every folder until we find it, basically. I'm actually kind of skinny. Well, that's good. That's good. So yeah, we already looked in there. Epic Games. No, not the... Or is it... Would it be the launcher? Because we would have, like, the library or something in there, right? Developer messaging, content. Why is he reading my comments again today all of a sudden? Well, because I'm trying to be an engaging streamer, Mark. Don't put dumb stuff in the chat then. How about that? Oh, are you gonna you're gonna unsub me now, and then I'm gonna have a little fit, right? We were talking about that in the... There's another streamer that someone said... I don't know the whole story, or to be honest, but basically this guy said that he's unsubbing for like the last comment, and then the guy just was just like, well, fine, unsub then, I don't need you, basically. And then he made a short out of it, like... and then... One of our fine gentlemen in our Discord kind of called him out in the comments there, and then he like chirped him too. He's like, "Well, I have 1.4 million views in the last month," and just like, okay, simmer down, bud. Okay, anyways, so I don't know where the frick to look. I'm confused why. Way to call Mark out, yeah, right. Put dumb stuff in the chat, Mark, dude. You cannot resist. Speak of the devil and I shall appear. Yes, you were the guy. I didn't want to call you out or whatever. And of course I'm just teasing Mark. He knows I'm joking, so but build, shader, submit. This is all basically engine stuff. It should be in your frickin', what's it called? Your game development. It should be in your thing, because I specifically. We got textures now. Oh, do I have to save it? That would probably make some sense, hey? So I'll save it, and then now I'll come back into here. I'm number one, motherfuckers. You can't hurt me. Yeah, Mark's untouchable now. So, okay, so derived data cache, virtual textures, that's what that means. Content, fab, weapons, static meshes, weapons, UAsset. Now, if I can't just drag that in, though, right? Because it's a UAsset, it's not a... So do I have to export these? Asset actions, export. There's the FBX file. So I'll just do my downloads for now just to test it. Sure. And then I'm going to go to downloads and then import these. Does this fix my issues? There was an issue with the import. What is it? No smoothing. Yeah. That's because you didn't do export properly. Weapons, static meshes. So I don't, that didn't fix my problem. Re-import with new file, this one. I'm so confused. This pisses me off. This should not be an issue. Like, you know, how long has Fab been out now? Like, this should not be an issue. I should not have to work this hard to get individual meshes from something that I got off of Fab. That's just my honest opinion. Unless I'm doing something completely wrong, then I don't know. So you can drag the mesh in the world and go to modeling mode and split them. Yes, I know. Yeah, that is true. Actually, that is true. I know you could do that before, but it's like still, I don't have to. I should not have to work this hard for something I just bought. Like if this had 200 assets, that's like a fucking stupid, ridiculous waste of my time. So okay, so yeah, we'll just do that. Modeling mode. I can't quite remember. Is it model? Polygroup edit? I can't quite remember what it is. Or is it XForm? Transform, duplicate, bake, edit, pivot, split. Okay. Cool. I guess that wasn't that hard. Still, I'm still mad about it. And then you gotta adjust the pivot points, right? No. Okay, so let's do right here. Top, let's do left and perfect. Left, that, and then we'll do top here. Okay, so that looks pretty spot on for the pivot points. We'll accept that one. We'll do this one next. And I know we talked about this last time about the pivot points for, can you move? For whatever you do, Alt middle mouse button, but that wasn't working for me for some reason. I mean, I'll try it now and see if it works. But does that update it for forever? Okay, well it worked that time for some reason. Okay, there's that. There's not that, so we'll just do this one next. And see, it didn't snap it back, did it? Okay, yeah. See, it didn't permanently change it, right? So that's why I've been using this. Okay, pivot point accepts, and edit pivot points. So yeah, anyways, hopefully you guys are having a good week here. It's been a long time since I've actually released a video. So, you know, but obviously, yeah, I've been working really hard on Tarkov, and I'm hoping by next Saturday I'll be able to release the first episode, and the members will be able to watch the rest. Probably can just mention this now. We are developing a website, so the website will be ready shortly. anwser has been working really hard on that. It looks fucking awesome. And we're going to be moving memberships over there and moving... we'll have a forum over there. We're not going to obviously dissolve the Discord or anything like that, but we'll have a help forum on there. We'll have basically everything you could want if you're a part of the TG community. So, yeah, we're also adding another tier for memberships, which we'll get into later. But, yeah, so we're essentially, yeah, creating a website for all of us to hang out and do some stuff and access all of your member perks and access playlists and everything like that. So... it's going to be super awesome. Right. Drink some water. Cannot wait for the Tarkov system. Dude, it's going to be awesome. It's friggin' awesome. I'll show you guys the final product if you want. Afterwards, like the YouTube product. And then I will be, once I'm released, obviously, Module 1, there'll be 12 episodes. That's 12 weeks worth of stuff. I'll be doing 2 live streams during Tarkov as well to help debug some stuff. So that'll be that, and then I will be... Whoa! What do we got? Real Time Fat Man supported 5 Great British Pounds. Thanks a lot for the donation. And, but yeah, right-click the static mesh file in UE, click open source location, and then drag it... Was it that easy? Did we just... What time? We've been streaming for 40 minutes, and it was that easy? That's fucked. I gotta save that comment. You know what, Real Time, you've been saving my ass a lot here. I'm like, I don't know how to do this. So you like send me the project files for stuff, and then I just don't open it. I'm like, oh, why do they not have starting content on it anymore? You literally send me the file, and then I just never open it. I'm just a terrible friend here, you know. I'm sorry, but anyways, all right. So we got our static meshes all done here. So. We've split this. Do we have to save them, or are they already individually saved? Like, you know what I mean? Generated. Of course. Okay, sweet. So, I don't know what the fuck are you? Oh, it just took one singular triangle and was like, there you go. You're on your own now. That's fucking dumb. Alright, well, we're gonna delete these triangles, and I'm gonna regret it later, because there's gonna be holes in our mesh. But whatever. Anyways. Oh, there's that triangle right there. Isn't it? Or is that just the... No, it's just the mesh. Okay. Alright, so anyways, we got these. Well, let's just rename them. You know, like fucking Death Sword or something. Death Sword. Right, and this will be like the, you know, static mesh saber general or something. I don't know. We're just gonna give them fun names. General. This will be the Lancer... static mesh Lancer penetrator, I guess. I literally put that word in there specifically for one human being to put their silly comment in the comments here. We'll call this the static mesh death scythe. Well, it's actually, that's technically not death. We'll just call it the death axe, axe of death. Actually, we're gonna avoid axe of death because we're gonna add like modifiers of power and all that kind of stuff. So we'll say static mesh axe lieutenant or something. I don't even know how you spell lieutenant. Well, and it's called lieutenant or whatever the fuck now. I don't know. They fucking changed it. Lieutenant? I know that's okay. There you go. I knew that's not how you spell it, so I was just getting some help. Lieutenant. Axe Lieutenant. There we go. Axe Lieutenant. And this will be the, you know, the pincer sword or something. And this will be the, Skull Crusher, right? You'd have these cool names in an RPG regardless. We're going to move all these out of generated because I don't want to deal with that, so I'll just put it back in the fab folder where they should technically be already. Static mesh. I do want to try Fat Man's suggestion, though. Did I... Go in here. Thank you. Okay, so go to here, go to here, go to here, go to this, right-click static mesh in File in UE and click Open Source Location, and then drag into a different folder. What? Contents. Weapons. Pipeline assets, blah, 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 blah. Force static mesh type, static mesh. LEDs, blah, 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 blah. Skeleton, there's no skeleton. Blah, 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 import. So it literally just imported it did the same thing. Okay, that's lame. That's super lame. We're gonna delete those. Okay, so let's do stuff here. We've been fricking around here for too long. So first things first, we need to add these weapons to our player. Or actually, we only care about upgrading the weapon and then it re-rolling. So we'll leave these in the world, but we'll create a blueprint class here. So we'll make a new folder for actors, and we'll make a base class for actor. Let's call it BP weapon base. So we'll make a base class for the weapon. We will obviously have the static mesh. What else we're going to need in here? Again, I have no freaking idea how I'm going to make this. I'm literally just winging it. So if you guys have suggestions, by all means, throw them in the comments here. Okay, so wasn't saying Mark's comments were bad, just a lot of them. So TG misses messages. Yeah, Mark also retracts a bunch of messages. He shouldn't be reading mine on stream anyway. That's not how Mark sounds. Mark sounds like, as Zura put it, presidential. Too dangerous. I delete things because I care. I want to protect him. Well, that's funny. And type like 110 words a minute. I actually, I did a typing test. I had to do a typing test for work before I got hired, and mine was like just under 50 words per minute. But like if I'm doing something I actually genuinely care about, I can probably get up to 70. But anyways, we call the rubber band typing blah blah blah. Anyways, I need 2 monitors, 1 for chat. Really? I need 3 monitors, 1 for chat and 1 for other stuff. Unplug your computer and go for ice cream instead. All right, okay, see you later. No, I was kidding. All right, you should see the Discord chat. Yeah, it's pretty messy. Anyways, okay, so we're in here. Static mesh for this weapon base. I would assume you would need a data asset for your weapon itself. So let's go to get a new folder and go data. And we'll create a data asset for, so blueprint class, all classes, primary, data assets. PDA weapon data. Okay, of course, we'll need the name of the weapon. Okay, that's going to play into this for sure. We're probably going to need to make some enumerations as well. We will need, if you're doing a inventory or whatever, you'd put an image in here, but we're not going to deal with that because we're not dealing with an inventory. We would need a static mesh. And that static mesh will be a soft, I didn't select everything, but that was really weird. Anyways, a static mesh soft object reference because I can show you guys something cool too that I do in my projects sometimes as well. I don't want to see that Mark in the last comment in my fucking chat. Thank you. Anyways, so name of weapon, static mesh. What else do we need? You would have damage and... Actually, sure, let's do damage, because then we can change that when we do, like, the of power, right? Damage float, and... I hate having a soft reference. Yeah, right. What else? We were going to do health, which would be in the player anyway, so we won't do that here. What else about the... Let's do crit chance. And that will be a float. And then what else would we want on our weapons? I don't want to start attracting presidents and rich folks to the Discord. Yeah. You'll lose your #1 spot if that's the case. Just kidding. Variables. Crit chance. What else do we want in here, everybody? We want... just think of like that kind of stuff that would be specifically for the weapons that's static and not going to change, right? So damage, crit chance. How about How about let's? I'll have to create an enum for this, but how about like what's the case here? Thinking of like of fire, of water, of whatever, right? So we could just say, how about effect? Yes, effect. Yes. Okay. So then we'll just quickly make it an enum for that. So in data, new blueprints enumeration and e underscore effect type. And I'll have to add some visual effects and stuff in here for that. But anyways, so we'll do this. We'll do fire. We will do. Let's actually maybe see what effects we can bring in here from the Fab store. So, which hopefully they're all individualized and not fucking, as dumb as they were before. So I have some in my library somewhere. So I don't have to search for some. Mixed effects now. We just want stationary ones. How about... Where are you? Visual RPG effects starter pack. Missile, blah blah. Heavy impact. Priest beam. You will believe in God. I will make you priest beam. Anyways, highlights, status. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. But not exactly what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for like just regular standard simple effects. I think I've added this before. This looks pretty good actually, minus those. I like these. Maybe we can just change the color on them, and we can have it basically surround the sword. Let's do that. That sounds badass. Okay, so we'll download that. I've used those effects. Yeah, I've used them as well. I was trying to, when I was doing my very, very early prototyping for my game, I was just trying to fool around with those effects and see if I can get them to work. I did get the effects to work, and then I was trying to do, like, hit effects, and then I was trying to do, like, basically multi-select different spells, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it didn't end up working out, and then I abandoned the whole idea. But I probably can go back now and figure that out. But anyways, we're going to do E underscore effects, effect type, because I made that now, but I didn't finish it. So... fire, yeah, let's do water and fire, water, air, and, poison or something, right? Poison, is that how you spell it? Yeah, sure, fuck air. Poison, fire, water, poison, and, I don't know, something else, electric, we'll say, I guess, if we even have that, but we'll figure it out. Anyways, so we'll do that, and that'll be in the weapon data. We should actually add a none as well. And that should go at the top. Save. So, effect type. I feel like that, we only have 3 hours. Poison, electric, dark, holy. Sure, yeah, we could do a couple of those too. Dark and holy, sure. Okay, sweet. So, let's create data assets now for those. And we'll go to, content, data... And I wish you could can you right click and make chat? No, you can't, that's lame. That'd be nice if you could just directly create a data asset instead of going here and then selecting the parent, but maybe Unreal Engine 6 will have that. Anyways, PDA weapon data, that's the parent for this data asset. And we'll say DA underscore, I know we need to dock this in layout so that I can see the actual weapons that we created. There we go. So, shit, I told you to dock and layout, buddy. Put it here, I guess. There we go. Okay, so data asset for the X, Lieutenant. I got a friggin' Lieutenant. Okay. We'll duplicate that. DA underscore death sword. Then we will, Death Sword, Lance, DA Lance, Penetrator, DA underscore Pincer, Sword, DA, what do I call these? Saber General, DA Skull Crusher. Okay, so we'll compile and let's edit those. So we will do, oh shit, I thought I'd, yeah, whatever. Name of weapon, this is obviously the axe lieutenant. The static mesh will be the same. Axe lieutenants. And that's a soft, so we'll have to load it when we do it. Damage, let's say like, I don't know, 100, right? This thing slays. Crit chance, I think we should keep this. Let's actually add that in here. So we'll go to crit chance, and we'll put it between, over here, sorry. I can close this because I'm not even using it. Let's do slider range 0 and 1. Okay, so we'll just keep this as a multiplier. Right, yes. Yes. Value range 0 and 1. So this will clamp it for us so that it doesn't go above that amount. And that's perfect. Units will say crit chance. I don't think there'll be a unit that we can really use in here. Percent. Yeah, units is percent. Perfect. And replication, we don't care about that right now. Okay, so does this... Oh. Oh, okay, so now we can do slider range 100 and 100 down here. Very good. Okay, crit chance, 70. Friggin' awesome. Sweet. Okay, so we'll do that. Damage is just going to stay a normal number, and then that's all we need. So back to this. So crit chance, we'll say, is like 5%, right? Because you're swinging, you don't want it to be every couple seconds, right? Effect, we'll leave this one normal. Okay, it's the Axe Lieutenant, because it doesn't have any special powers, right? So now we're going to do the Death Sword. Death Sword. Static Mesh, Death Sword. Damage, 150. And crit chance, we're going to do 3% because we're going to make the Death Sword fire. Okay? Make the Nemesis system. Yeah, you're funny. Hilarious. I'd love to make the Nemesis system, but I can't. Well, it's just so huge. I have no idea how to even do it. So, actually what? Oh man, you best be glad I had to change to Windows Happy. Oh, you ditched your Linux? Nice. Well, watch somebody bash Linux in the comments, and then they're gonna pick up their Android phone, right? So, anyways, so that's that. We'll do. Continue on our way here. Lance Penetrator. Penetrator. I'm the Lance Penetrator. Fear me, for I will... Never mind. Okay. We'll make this weak as shit, and we'll say... We'll give it a water attribute, but we'll give it like a... 15% chance to crit. Okay. Sorry, are you taking... Is there a romantic date later? Oh, buddy, you betcha. You fucking betcha I am. That girl deserves to be treated. So... Request it here, and I'll change my mind. Yeah, I'm not making the Nemesis system. First of all, my AI skill's super weak, so that's not going to work out, and that system's so huge. Anyways, Pincer Sword... But yeah, he's right. If you guys want to request a system for me to make on a future stream, you guys can do it right there. QR code on screen. Super chats guarantee your placement in the top, in the poll, which will be 4 options for you guys to choose from at the beginning of the streams. And yeah, obviously that's how you can get it all done. So yeah, next week we'll be back to just choosing what we did. But last week this was super highly requested, or not highly requested, but it was like neck and neck between this and whatever we made last week, which was the radar system. So, okay, so Pincer Sword. We've got Static Mesh. The damage for the Pincer Sword, I think... I mean, shit, you can get... If you do like a thrust attack or something, it'll like do double damage or something. I don't know. Like, that's something you could code in, but we're not going to do that in this thing. Anyways, damage, let's just say 120. And... crit chance, we'll just say 10%. And effect, let's do dark. Ooh. So, okay, so there's that one. Saber General. I think the Saber General should be something Q. Saber General. Saber General. And let's do 150, but no chance to crit. Right? Because it's pretty strong already. And we'll make it... holy, because I think if we make it poison, that'd be super broken. Do massive damage, and then they're also poisoned. Like, frick, that'd be so broken. Anyways, Skull Crusher. Skull Crusher. And Skull Crusher damage, we'll say 200. And chance to crit 5%. And effects, we'll do holy on this one. Holy shit, you're gonna die. Anyways, okay. The face is right. Buy the merch to show your friends you have no friends. What are you saying? Am I not your friend? Right? Get Humble Bundle, buy the bundle, and skip the kitties with and you can help. Jesus, I almost said you can skip the kitties with diseases. That's savagely wrong. Go to Humble and buy the bundle. You can help kitties with diseases with Humble Bundle. Proud sponsors of me. Fatman, thanks a lot for throwing my affiliates on screen. I have three new affiliates that I'll be showcasing during Tarkov as well. Some of them are pretty great. One of them is an AI tool that allows you to create animations by just recording yourself. So yeah, you guys can stay tuned for that. But okay, I'll also make a dedicated video on that so I can showcase how it works and give you guys the code and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, we have all of our data assets now. Let's make the weapon base, compile. Let's go to the construction script. We first will add the data asset. Weapon data asset. So I'm told this is bad practice to not put spaces in all of your things. I'm told that, and I didn't understand it until just recently. Apparently, it has something to do with machine code, right? So, because obviously blueprints are a visual, easy way for us to make our games, but of course, when we compile, it's compiling it into C++ and then into machine code, right? So that Unreal Engine can read it. So by doing that, it actually doesn't... It can work against you later, I believe, and cause like desync issues and stuff like that, if I'm correct. But anyways, weapon data, so we got PDA, weapon data. And we'll do an object reference, because everything in there is a soft reference, so we won't have to... Like, since it's editable, obviously. So we won't have to actually set the data, right? So anyways, one thing we could do... Well, actually, it'll change based on this, right? So we're gonna get the construction script. We're gonna get the. I don't think we can set static meshes. Sorry, we gotta get the static mesh, and then we gotta load it. I don't think you can do this here. Let's just see. We'll async. Yeah, oh, we have to load asset blocking. That's, to be honest, not a big deal. Let's just do that. So we'll load asset blocking. So it's gonna load the asset, and then it's not gonna continue until the asset's loaded. Okay, what do we got here? I think we should reword the Humble Bundle plug. Is it evil, Mark? I am constrained with what I can say. Yeah, Mark, isn't that plugin a mouthful? I don't know why Happy's voice was just like, whatever. It's funny, when I complain about stuff, usually I give specific types of people certain voices. Don't worry, that's not me complaining about Happy or anything, but yeah. Usually when someone says something really dumb, it's like, oh, it's like knuckle dragging tired, right? What do you mean I can't do that? What do you mean I can't put a fab asset in and then I have to work hard? What do you mean? Right, so anyways, we're gonna load the asset, then we need to cast, because this is a object reference, so we don't know the fuck it is, right? So we're gonna cast to static mesh, and we will get our correct static mesh. Okay, and then we're gonna get our static mesh, set static mesh, and then we will plug in our static mesh. Okay, so that's on the construction script. So that means now when I delete all these, because they're just static meshes and we don't care about them. I also don't like what time it is because it's making the light all silly. So I'm just gonna Day-night cycle. What time is it? Time to get a watch. We'll make it like 11. Yeah, sure. Okay, so there we are. Now I can drag this weapon base in the world, and I can select the data asset, and now it's going to automatically put the static mesh on there for us. Okay, it's loaded it into memory, and then as soon as I change it, technically it should unload that last one, and then it's going to change it to this new one, right? So that's how you create modular stuff, so that you are basically making sure that your memory's happy. Okay, so let's delete this base class. Let's not even call it a base class. We'll just call it, you know, weapon. We'll call it weapon spawn, even though we're going to create some interaction stuff in here with it. Okay, so there's our weapon spawn. We'll create a couple of these. Right? So this is literally how you want to spawn stuff in your game. You want to do literally exactly what I just did. You want to spawn with data assets. It's called the factory method. Okay, and that's going to optimize your game a lot. Because you're not loading anything in until you need it, right? So, and then if you can also call this as well. So can you call this down here? I can't remember where. Is it down here? Clusters, pivot offset. I can't remember where you call it. Maybe it's rendering, hidden game. I can't. Any billboard components added, blah, blah, blah. I can't quite remember where you do it. Can be in cluster. Tagged world partition is spatially loaded. Determine if the actor is spatially loaded and place in a partitioned world. If this true actor will load when in range of any streaming source. I guess that's kind of what it'll be then. But basically, yeah, so like, you know, if you're way the frick over here and that like area is not even loaded, right, and you have that spawn there, it's not loaded any of those assets, right? So then we're going to cross over our level stream, then these are going to see that you've crossed over the level stream, and then it's going to load these assets in, right? So, yeah, that way you're saving memory by not having a bunch of stuff loaded that you don't need, right? So that's how you would do it. So yeah, anyways, obviously this, we'll have to tell it which one. Let's start with, let's do the axe. That's the basic one. Let's just get all of them out here. Because then we're going to add some effects on them as well. Okay, so then I wonder, can you soft load effects? You probably could. Anyway, so this was Death Sword, the Lance Penetrator, Pincer Sword, Saber General. It's fun doing RPG stuff because I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of tired of doing FPS stuff. Yeah, RPGs I like. So I do like shooters too, but yeah, I've done a lot of shooter stuff related in Unreal Engine and not as much RPG related stuff. But anyway, so there's all of our weapons. Let's get our effects working on there now. So let's add a, what are those? Are those Niagaras? Blueprints, I guess? No, we'll just do the particles. So we do have lightning. What is that? I want to see what these look like, actually. So I'll just move this over here so I can access them. That was like actually the dumbest thing ever, what I just did. I don't have a lot of room on with my mouse here in this new setup. But anyway, so we'll dock this in layout. Oh, I didn't want that. Silly. Let's just do right here, sure. Get rid of that. Can I hide this? Can't I? Guess I can. No, I want to hide this, but I guess I can't. Okay. Anyways, so let's see what these look like. So let's go to the lightning. That's it. That's friggin' lame. What's this one look like? Can we have it loop? Seconds between active reset on detach. Expose parameters. Instance parameters. Can I vector color? Oh, okay, I can change the color. That's nice. But can you loop it somewhere? I haven't worked with particles in a minute, so I'm just trying to remember. Parameter vector killer. Interesting. Okay, well, that's kind of lame. Unless you can do it inside this other thing where you can just have it set to loop. Custom time dilation. Allow recycling. Sure, yeah, there we go. So, seconds before inactive. 0, does that mean it does it infinitely? No. Okay, so we'll keep that at 1, I guess. But anyways, I like that, but maybe we can do the time dilation at like 0.2, so it's like... Nah, maybe that's silly. Like, I know you guys know what I'm trying to do, right? So, I'm trying to create like a long-lasting lightning effect, right? Maybe we'll just use this first one. Anyways, so, okay, that looks fine, and then this is... That'll be the water one. This heal aura or whatever, we'll just scale it so that it's, you know, something like this. So, I mean, we can preview what this looks like. Which... Can you fuck off? I've told you to scale, boy. Details, scale. Yeah, let's do 0.25 and 0.25 on the Y. And then this will be 1. That's probably still too big, actually. So let's do 0.15. That looks pretty decent, hey? I don't remember which one had the heal effect on it, or the water effect. But... And we probably want to put it, like, on the blade, eh? That looks pretty dope. I don't remember which one had the water. Shit, I guess we could look. Outliner. Yeah, I guess the only thing annoying about this... do you guys know, can you change the... That's still too big, Mark the child. Anyways, can you change the in-engine, like the name of this? Okay, you can. So you can change it in here. So we'll just say this is the axe, just because debugging it's going to be a nightmare, right? I guess, shit, we should do... BP underscore weapon axe, and then I'm just gonna copy that last bit, and then what's this one here? This is the whoops. Weapon, what is that? This is that the general? Or no, that's lieutenant. We'll say that, sure, whatever. Yeah, I'm so glad you can rename these. Weapon penetrator. Is that right? Whatever, I don't care. Don't care about spelling these days. This is the piercer, the piercer, right? And this is the general. Sorry, general. And this is the hammer. Where was it? Rates here. The hammer, yeah, we'll say this, the skull crusher, the skill crusher. Ooh, that'd be a dirty weapon. Like suppresses all your skills. Okay, so these are cascades though. I don't know if he was using cascade. Oh, is King in the house here? Anyways, use my healing sound effect, please, please, please. That's still too big. Where's your heal sound effects? I don't think you would want the sound playing all the time, would you? Unless you unequip your weapon, I guess. Then you can stop the sound. That's a good point. So, yeah, here's a couple other things we can add into this blueprint here. Content. Working on just one screen is super lame. By the way, if you guys only have one screen, I feel super bad for you. Where are we? We're going to actors, this guy. Because, yeah, obviously I can close this now. Alright, so we will need... Shit, I was looking at what these were. Particles. They're cascades. Okay, so add a cascade particle system component. We'll just call this, you know, weapon effect. Then we will add, yeah, sure, a sound effect. Sorry, I guess Sound. Media sound? Or is meta sounds in here? Audio. Audio component used to play a sound. Sure. Okay. So yeah, we'll do that. And I guess we'll have to do that off of here as well. And should we add this weapon effect and audio to the data assets? I think we probably should. So we'll go data. So we'll do effects. And that will be a cascade particle system components. What's the difference between these two? Used to provide an extended particle system component to allow collision to function in the preview window. And this is a particle emitter. Okay, so we'll do this one. Sorry, it should be a soft. And then, what was the sound? So we'll do a meta sound. All right, so we'll just do sound. Okay, and then it'll be a meta sound. Where are you, meta sound? Where are you, meta sound? Or I guess it can just be a sound. Sorry. Sound base? I think so. I think it's sound base. Or play sound. What's this? Oh, anim notify. Okay. Defines how a sound changes. That's the attenuation. Yeah, we don't care. So yeah, we'll do this one. We'll soft object reference as well. Okay, so we'll set all those in the children's now, or the data assets. So effects, this had nothing, so we're going to leave that blank. Sound, we're going to leave blank as well, because it has nothing. Death Sword was fire, so we'll do effects. Is there a fire one? So those must not be, this must be the wrong one then, because it's not giving me the option for all of the cascading stuff. Particles system, maybe? Where to go? Particle system, soft object reference. Compile, let's see if it does it now. There we go. So, fireball, firestorm. Actually, we could do firestorm and just have it be a small scale. Because we're going to scale all of these down pretty much anyway. So we could reuse those 100%. So sound, is there a fire sound? And there wouldn't be. So we got to do some sound effects. Do you have a sound effects pack there, Mark, that I can pull? Or... can we get TG to do the Mark in a disappointed tone and look? Maybe. I would so clip that. Soundwave, isn't it? Soundwave? Maybe. I thought it was sound bass. Soundwave is just a sound wave. Soundwave, well, I mean, preferably I would use, let's make a new folder called sounds. Preferably, I would use a meta sound. So where's audio? Audio. I would use a meta sound over a sound cue. Because you just have way more control over audio with meta sounds. Way more control. Got a new sub. Leary Santos. Welcome to the realm. And it's going to be good old days here. So, anyways, alright, so let's... yeah, we'll do the deal with sounds after, but I think we should put some sounds in here to kind of give it a little bit of extra pop. You know what? I have my own sounds that I probably should not be giving out for free, but I will. Anyways, audio, sound effects. I got a magic spells one here. Fuck yeah, let's go. Okay, so let's have a look here. So... I literally thought this said cow launch for a second. I don't know what the hell my brain thought, but AAA, you got to put that cow launch attack in your game. Like, you know. Anyways, god damn it, there goes another weekend, right? Anyways, so, want like the charging sounds. Buff, make sure my volume's not super loud. So anyways, so we got reinforcement, spell impact, fire spell, cast. Classic fire spell launch. I don't want launch. I just want like a charging one almost. That's not bad. And let's see, is this looping? So we can loop that. That's not bad at all, actually. Sounds. This one, we'll just rename it, you know, fire spell, or fire magic, I guess. Charge, just because that name was pretty gross. Okay, so let's make a meta sound here. Blueprint, audio, sorry, meta sound source, yep. And meta sounds fire charge, or sorry, fire sword, we'll call it. Okay, we'll open that up. Okay, so gotta remember how to do all this now, because I made a video on this, but it wasn't actually viewed that much, so I'm sure a lot of you guys haven't actually seen it. So import. So right now we're on mono, and ideally we want this stereo, because stereo's king, but I don't think it necessarily has to be. So anyways, we'll click on outputs. Okay, so this one-shot sound, this means that it plays once and then stops. We want this to loop, so we're going to get rid of that, and it's going to get rid of that node. Okay, and I believe we don't add anything else. Yes, so on play, there's a couple things we had to do. Source. Number one was we have to create attenuation setting, so if you don't have one, you can just create a sound attenuation, and we'll just create it into the sound folder. We'll just make a new folder for attenuation. Attenuation is going to attend settings, right? Settings, whatever. Anyways, attenuation is going to basically control how the sound sounds in 3D space. Okay, so if you're playing a 2D sound, this isn't going to matter, right? But we're playing a meta sound, which we're going to be attaching to an object which is in 3D space. We're going to want to have 3D sound, right? So I'll go in here and we'll call this fire sword, or sorry, we'll just call this weapon, because it's going to be the same for everything. Weapon to 10, right? We can open that up. Not too many things we need to actually do in here. Attenuation function. This is basically going to control how the sound acts. We'll say natural sound log. I think just linear is fine, right? Attenuation shape, so that's a sphere. So I'll put this in the world here too, just so we can see what the hell's, you know, what the hell we're doing. So fire sword. I'll put this in the world, if it'll let me. There we go. Okay, so there. Now you can see we have this giant ass sphere. The inner sphere is full volume. Okay. As soon as you leave this outer sphere, it's quiet. So it's going to fade it from basically 0 to 100% in terms of volume, right? When we do that, so that's what this is. Center sphere, inner radius, we'll make it a bit smaller, and then the outer radius, I think, will just super shrink as well, right? We don't want it to be playing all the effing time. Enable spatialization, method panning. All this is fine. You can also set, air absorption, because I don't know how much you guys know about audio, but I mean, I've worked in audio professionally, so basically your sounds are going to change based on the type of environment that you're in. If it's raining, obviously the molecules in the air are going to interrupt the sound waves as they travel. If it's a nice, clear, sunny day with no atmosphere or whatever, then you're not going to get any reverb whatsoever, blah, blah, blah. So you can adjust all of that kind of stuff in here. And listener focus, I'm not exactly sure what that does. And then here's the reverb setting and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you can set all that kind of stuff inside of these attenuation settings. And then this is going to play the sound until we actually, I believe, drag the sound right in here. Oh, sorry, that is not how you do it. How do we do it again? I think we got to play wave player. Here we go. Yeah, wave player. So we're doing mono. That's fine. We'll do a wave player mono. Okay, so now we can set the wave asset, which will be the fire, whatever the hell it was, magic charge. Start time is 0. You can change the pitch here. We're going to loop it. And you can have events fire in here just like any other blueprint to stop a sound from playing, right? So that'll be when we unequip the weapon or whatever the case is, which we're not doing here. So anyways, we're going to plug out mono into out mono. Playback time, obviously you can control stuff here. You can do on finished, on looped, on play. You can do other events and do basically like you can just treat this like a regular blueprint, which is why I like it way better than doing just regular sound cues, right? So there, that's that. So we're going to hit, I believe, yeah, save. There, and we're playing. Everything sounds great. I think that sounds really loud, personally, so we can adjust... We should be able to adjust the actual sound here. Or the actual, sorry, the volume. So I think you click on this. We're going to stop it. Is this not where you do it? Input... Or, sorry, it'll be on the output. It should be here. Source... Restart, editor preferences, volume. Here we go. So let's do the volume at, like, 0.3, right? We just don't want it super loud. So there, it's playing at negative, 28 whatever dB. That's pretty good, I think, for us. So we'll close that. Okay, so we got lots of moves here. So someone must have asked that what we're doing here, right? So I'm not used to women doing that, but or I'm used to women doing that, but not TG. What's that? Sorry. What are we even arguing about? Oh. Some dude on YouTube the other day saying that he's part from Russia or something, and he's not English, not British. What? I'm so confused by that comment. Anyways, add another variable effect scale. Oh, you're talking about in the data asset? Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, let's do that. Effects scale. Okay, and then that'll be a float. Compile. Actually, that will be... we'll make that an actual scale because we want to set X, Y, and Z probably separately, right? So, scale. Returns a product of the vector and the float is set scale. Set scale is used for a single scale hierarchy. That's not anything to do with us. Where is just straight scale? Scale is 3 floats together, so we could just... What has 3 floats in it? A rotation. So we'll just do a rotation. Right? We'll do a rotator, effect scale, and then that has 3 floats in it. I don't know what the actual scale is called. Returns product with the vector and the float. Okay, maybe it's this. We'll see here. We'll see what let's drag this out and break this. Okay, this is literally not what we want. So yeah, that's not what we want. Scale. Wait, is scale? Scale is just 3 floats. That's it. You know what? Actually, maybe we'll do the transform. And I gotta save because I changed the variable type and Unreal's gonna crash. But anyways, effect transform. Let's do that. Because we might have to offset it anyway, right? So, anyway, so let's go to the data assets here. We did the fire sound, so we can get the fire, whatever the meta sound is. Okay, effects transform. Yes, this is going to be massive, so let's just build it in the world here, and we can get rid of this sound. Actually, we can play and I can showcase the sound. So the sound's over here. You can hear it's got super loud, and I'm going to walk away, and blah, 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 right? So that's all how that's all going to work. It's going to be great. So let's move this over, because I'll be probably using that later, but let's get the fire effect out here. This, particles, this guy, firestorm, and I think that looks fucking badass. Whew, buddy. Okay, so we'll fix the scale here. So obviously it needs to be shorter, so let's just skinny that up right now. And so we'll do like 0.2, and then we'll do, this got to be like 0.1 or something, right? No, it's got to be bigger, so, and this way, so sorry, let's do 0.2 for this as well. Just do 0.2 across the board. I mean, looks pretty cool, I guess. Maybe we shrink this a little bit more and make it a bit fatter. Yeah, it looks cool enough for our purposes here. Maybe we do make this 0.2. Man, that looks like that's gonna hurt a real bad. Anyway, so there's our transform settings. So we'll just put this at the base of the sword. And it's just like kind of rotating around the sword. That's so badass. Anyways, so here's our transform settings. Can I copy all properties in category? Oh, buddy, that is friggin' sick. Okay, so then we'll paste. Which didn't do fuckity fuck all. That's gay. Alright, so 180, minus 90, and 60. But that's the world location. We want it in relation to this. Maybe we'll have to, sorry, maybe we'll have to do this actually in the weapon itself. Just so we can get the local. So yeah, let's do that. So we'll go to weapon spawn. First of all, we need to get our data assets, and we need to get effects. And then we need to async load that. Or I guess blocking load that, because async doesn't exist in this guy. So there we go. Okay, then we're going to cast to cascade particle system components. And that's what we're going to get. And then we're going to get the weapon effect. And we're going to set template. Is that what it's called? Yes. Okay, set template. Or no, that's not what it's called. What are you called? Oh, it is called template. So this must be the wrong thing then. I must have to cast to particle system then? Is that what this is? Particles, yeah, okay, so cast to particle system. Okay, and then set template. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna work. So we'll set the template. We should obviously optimize this, right? So our template's gonna get set. We are going to have custom time dilation seconds before inactive. Let's put this at 0 because that'll should disable it. Allow recycling. Auto manage attachments. Where are we here? Auto activate, yes. We'll keep that enabled. And tick should be enabled by default, obviously, but we'll have to manage this. Or you'll have to manage this if you put this in your actual game. For if you, as soon as you unequip your item, I would turn the effect off, disable the tick, all that kind of stuff, right? So, anyways, so there's our effect, and then let's set our data asset in here to be the death sword, so that we can see it in the viewport, and then we can set our transforms for this stuff. So yeah, so let's start by making this, what is it, 0.2, right? And this was 0.3 and 0.3 or something like that, right? Okay, so there is what we want, I believe. Actually, let's move this over just a little bit more. Frick yeah, look at that. Okay, so there's our effect, and our location is 50, pretty much. So 50, and then these were 0 and 0, and then the scale, whoops. No rotation, 0.3, 0.3, 0.2. Okay, so now that we have that set, we can go back to our weapon spawn, clear this, and then we can go into our construction script, and we can specifically get this and set transform. Set... No, I don't think we want that one. And we want relative... no, yeah, we don't want world location. We want relative location, I believe. Set relative not location, pardon me. Transform. Set relative. I will change it back if it doesn't look good. There we go. Relative transform. Okay, and so we'll teleport there, and then we'll grab from our data assets the location, or the get effects transform. There it is. Compile. Let's see if that worked. It did. So, all right, that worked, and so that's how we set all of our weapons. We'll just do it in our data assets, and then it's all good. So we're an hour and a half into the stream here. So yeah, we've created our weapons. We just have to go through all of them and settle that kind of stuff if we wanted, which we can. It shouldn't take too long to do all this. And then we're going to be doing the system where we're basically going to interact with it, and that's going to simulate us rolling and leveling it up or something like that. And then every time it levels up, then we're going to want to do a roll and see if we can get this to basically add an attribute to it, right? Okay, so in the variables for this weapon spawn, we're going to actually have to add a level. Weapon level. Let's make that an integer. And once again, guys, I'm literally winging this, right? So, okay, so weapon level. Let's make a new enumeration and call it, where are we here? Blueprints, enumeration, let's call it, enumeration attribute. Or added attribute, I guess. So now we're going to create all of those attributes that's going to give us buffs or whatever when we roll the right thing. So we'll say of power. So this will say increases attack, right? Of health, and obviously increases defense, or whatever you want. We'll say of wisdom, and we'll say increase crit chance. Okay, and let's do... what's another one we could do, I guess? Alright, so... Oh my god, Mark, Jesus. Clip that, there's your disappointed Mark TG thing. Let's see here... The big guy could do like a sumo slam. Am I the big guy? Am I doing the sumo slam? Is that what's going on here? Let me grab some water. That's good. Good idea. Stay hydrated. Azura drank literally 0 water yesterday because she's so enveloped and focused on working on the website that she literally did not eat a single thing yesterday or drank any water, and didn't even drink the coffee I made her in the morning. Like, it was still there when I was like, hey, let's go to bed at like 2 in the morning. So yeah, anyways, all right, so yeah, let's add one more. So of power, of health, of wisdom. What other one did we make? Actually, sorry, of power, let's say increases damage, because that's the one we actually made. Did we make, what else did we make in here? Crit chance, damage, increases defense. That'll be more for your player, right? So what's one more we can add to the weapon specifically? Let's do like durability or something, right? Durability, and make that a float. And do we make that a percent? Yeah, right? So do we have the weapon take... So I guess you would need like weapon health or something as well. Weapon health. I was just thinking how that system would work. So yeah, weapon health, and then durability. Let's make durability a percent. So we'll say 0 to 100. Same thing with the value range. 100, and the units percent. Down way down here, right? Percent. There we go. Okay, so we will do percent. So basically, your weapon will have a max health, and then as you attack, it'll take the amount of percent off. Sorry, let's say durability drain, just to make it super clear. Okay, so points. Depending on the class of the weapon, maybe. So could also create a rarity system as well in here, so we'll just say rarity. I did this in Tarkov, by the way, so you guys can learn how to do that here, but I'll just do it super quick. Well, sorry, I didn't do the rarity system, I just added rarity to the items, which I can show you guys in a bit here, but enumeration, right? Yeah, it's enumeration, rarity, right? So we'll say, you know, do we do like the F tier or F tier all the way to S tier, or do we do, or D tier or whatever the case is, or do we do like, you know, regular, sorry, just common? We just do the RPG names, right? So common, and I'm not gonna go crazy because I already have enough shit in this video. Rare, and then like legendary, right? So we'll just have the 2 of those. Save, and then in here, let's see, E rarity. Set that. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I would take the weapon, like, I'll try to do this in the time we have today, and if it doesn't finish, if you guys are down, we can maybe continue next week on it, but anyways, so we got the weapons, or sorry, we got to set all these in the actual swords, so, okay, so we got durability, drain, sorry, let's reorganize this. Let's do effects up here, and then effects transform underneath it, and then we have the effect type. Yeah. Shit, you know what? We can automate this. We can automate this so hard. We could do this, get effect, and do we have like an event begin play in here? Yeah, you guys, I don't know. Can you not script anything in here? That's super lame. That is super lame. Event graph, can we do literally anything in here? We can create a function? Sure, yeah, let's create a function. Okay, so we'll get the effect type, and, sorry, let's do this. Oh yeah, no, we don't need it. We don't need any input. So effect type, we're going to get a select, or switch. Not a switch, sorry, select. That's what I want. Select, and then we're going to get our particle system, and we're going to set that here. Okay, so now we can select our particle system, so none will be none, obviously. This will be fire storm, right? Water will be the aqua storm, sure. Electric will be... We have lightning, but it's like kind of lame. We could do the laser. That's funny. Thunderstorm. Oh, okay, sweet. We have one. Poison, dark storm. That looks more poison than anything. But we'll see what else we have here. Tutorial particle system. Storm. Green looks more like poison, and then we'll do the dark storm, and then we'll do for holy. Christ, what are we gonna do for holy? We have anything interesting here? Yeah, we'll do the healing aura. That's what we'll do. Okay, so there. Now every time we tell our in our what's it called, our blah 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 blah. We have to load this though, right? No, we don't. We can just load it. Right. Okay, so we'll do this. So in our weapon spawn here. In the construction script, we're going to, instead of doing this right away, we're going to delete this. Perhaps we should actually just do return this, right? And I should actually name this function. I'm pretty bad for that right now. Say get effects. Yeah, get effects, sure. Okay, so compile, now we'll go into the weapon spawn, and now we'll delete this, and we will get effects. And, sorry, get effects, but we want the function. Call function, get effects. There we go. Okay, so we're getting the effects based on the set, what's it called? The set enumeration that we have in there. Okay, so that saves us a step, to be honest. So we'll do that, set the template, set the transform, blah, blah, blah. You probably could also set the transform in there as well. based on what it is, just to save your guys, you know, do it in one place, then you don't have to do it ever again. So there, look, they're all there. We just got to set transforms for all the other things. So yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we do that in here. Most of them are going to be the same, if I'm being honest. So yeah, effects. So we'll do that first, and then we'll rename this the effects, and then we'll add another one for the effects transform. And transform, let's get a select node. Select transform, oh no, not that one. I guess we got to do it based off the effect again. So we'll get another select node from here. Then we'll plug this in. And then, or did we just set in each individual data asset? I mean, they're all going to be pretty much the same, if I'm being honest. So we will have to make transform. Make relative transform. Whoops. Make transform, this one. So all of them are the same except for the last one. So we'll just have to do that one on its own. But what we'll do is this was 50, and then this was 0.2, 0.2, 0.3, and then we'll plug. Sorry, that's a none. We don't want that. Water, fire, electric, poison, dark, they're all the same. Holy is the only different one, so we'll make transform there, and then we'll just figure out what that looks like. So we'll disconnect this for now because it's going to not allow us to do what we want to do, so we'll get effects. Plug that in. Compile. Let's go to the event, or the viewports, and right, we're going to set this as the Skull Crusher. Sweet. All right, let's figure out how to make this look badass. So probably just shrink this again, right? So I think we did 0.2, 0.2. I ain't doing dickety. So 0.2? Yeah, that didn't do nothing. Oh, it's because it's being overwritten inside the construction script. So let's disconnect this this as well. Viewport, there we go. Okay, so compile. There we go. So we'll make this 1. I think that's pretty deep, pretty sweet. Maybe we make it slightly bigger. Let's do 0.4, 0.4. That looks pretty holy, doesn't it? Sure it does. Okay, sweet. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do 10, and then 0.4, 0.4, and 1. So I bet you guys didn't know you could do this inside weapon data assets. You can create functions and get a bunch of stuff basically pre-made. And this is going to be modular for all of your weapons all the time, right? So if you add some more effects or something, if all the effects are unique to the item or something like that, then you have to set a transform for each individual one, of course. 0.4, 0.4, and 1. Okay, let's compile. Now we can just reset all this inside the construction scripts, set templates, and it'll be not that, but this. Effects, get rid of that effects, plug that in. Very good. Compile, viewports, there it is. Now anytime where's the data asset? Anytime I change the data asset, it's going to change to the appropriate effects. That's a little too big, actually, hey? But if we change it to the Axe Lieutenant, there's nothing. The Death Sword has that. Yeah, maybe that's too big. Let's make that smaller on the Z scale. On here. 0.2. Oh, I did have it. Oh, no, I did change it. That's right. There. Perfect. Okay, so now, yeah, anytime you change a data asset, changes that. That's how you create modular systems, everybody, right? So stop doing it the lame manual way. Make Unreal do the work for you, right? So, okay, so there is that, and let's see what we're doing now. So that's all been completed. What were we doing next? I'll see here. Oh, there's been a lot of comments. I didn't see. My thing didn't scroll down. Sorry about that, everybody. David, good night. Sorry, it's probably way too late now, but... Wow, how did my... How did my thing just not scroll? Like, this is a lot of comments that just did not happen. Sorry, everybody. Since you showed off meta sounds, I've been using them for all of my audio needs. Yeah, man, they're friggin' awesome. They're just so good. I think transform, yeah, perfect. Everything I had to fix, and then it just took me a friggin' minute to figure it out, right? So, but anyways, so that's a Viagra spell or Viagra spell right there. Oh, okay, you're making a joke. I see. It doesn't translate well when you don't say it out loud. Hey. Anyways, plop sockets on the weapons. Yes, probably, because you could put a socket on the weapon and then you put a socket on your player. I don't want to do that in this video because it's just gonna take too long and we haven't even done the meat and potatoes of what we want to do here. So, but yes, that's what you would do. You just add a socket to this, then you're gonna get the transform of the socket, and then you're gonna attach, or you can attach that socket to your player socket, right? So, my eyes are fading, guys. See you next stream. Yeah, it was David's. Peace and out. Should just be a checkbox. If the cascade is anything like air, you disable the bottom thing on the fire effect and it'll look way better. Can you do that? Content. Variety pack. Let's just see if we can do that. So where is the particles? This guy. So this, oh yeah, there it is. So yeah, that does look like it's on there. Light, dust, fire, smoke, ground. Yeah, buddy. Okay, we're gonna do that for all of them because that's gonna look way better. You're right. Okay, and we did the dark storm, the heal aura. I think is fine for that. The storm, the thunder. There was one more, wasn't there? The aqua. Here we go. So disable the ground, and the ground. Very good. Very good. Good suggestion. Now look at them all. Frick yeah, they look super badass. These are the same, though. Those shouldn't be the same. Oh, they're the same data asset. I see. Because I set it in the weapon class. That's right. That's right. That makes sense. So weapon spawn, we're going to clear this data asset now so they can be their own things. Clear. Compile. And now they should be back to what they were. But I probably got to set them. I do. So this was... Weapon data asset was the Axe Lieutenant. This was the Death Sword. I guess I can go to the outliner and do this. Get rid of my blueprint debugger. We can get rid of these. Axe, Saber General, Weapon Lieutenant, wherever the hell that is. Oh, maybe that's the Axe Lieutenant. No, it's the same thing. So I named these different things. Whatever. Okay, Lance Penetrator. Okay, that's the Penetrator. God damn it. Okay, I'll do the ones I know. Piercer. Skull Crusher, and the Weapon Axe is the Weapon Axe, the Weapon General, Saber General, and then this is going to be the leftover one, which is the General Pincer, the Death Sword, I guess. Yeah, okay, sure. Oh, this has the same effect. Does that have the heal effect on it? Saber General, yes. This... Oh, okay, so let's change that. Hammer time. Amazing, way better. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it looks awesome, right? So, but we're gonna go to the weapon data here. Did I screw this up? No, they're all different. So I screwed up the placement of stuff. So, well, hang on. No, that's the aqua. So we got the fire, the aqua, the thunder, the storm, the dark storm, and the heal aura. So those are all different, but why are these the same? Yeah, this is what? The weapon general. So let's open this up, unless I haven't set some stuff in here yet. That's very possible. So we'll do the death sword first. Make sure everything's all good in here. Fire, percent chance, whatever. Okay, yeah, this is gonna get cleared out. Oh no, that's correct, because we set this. Durability drain, let's do like point, you know, 1, so like every hit you're losing a percent of durability, and then once you hit 0, right? Rarity, let's do rare, right? And then we'll do the lance penetrator next. Water, sound, we don't have a water sound, but you know, yeah, you guys know how to do them now, so durability drain, let's do like points 3, and the health will be the same. I think the durability, we can just set the weapon health for every one of them to be 100. Right? Compile, and then units will be hours, days, years, blah, 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 blah. Bytes, don't really think there's anything in here for health. So we'll leave that at none. Weapon health 100, compile, then they should all be 100 then. Perfect. Rarity, common, sure, whatever. Pincer sword. This one had high damage, high crit. I would say this is legendary then. And sound, yeah, same thing. We know what it sounds like. Or we know how to make sounds, pardon me. Saber General, we'll say durability drain 0.5. And we'll call this legendary as well, because it's going to heal, I assume, while you attack. Gotta sneeze. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, so Skull Crusher, we'll say, is rare. Right? And durability drain. I feel like this, with the amount of damage this thing does, I think this durability should be like 0.5. Like it should be draining pretty heavily, right? To balance it out. It's so much better. Even more tweaking. May have a value called twist on the body that you can tweak so it doesn't look so fast. I think I can adjust the... no, I have to actually select the effect, but I think I can adjust that in here. I can adjust the time dilation. Let's do, or the time dilation, pardon me. Let's do like 0.5. Let's see what that looks like. There, that looks freaking awesome, actually. So, let's see what it looks like with more. Let's do 0.3. Yeah, buddy. The aura looks a little lame. I think 0.5 looked really good for the aura, but it didn't look as good for this. I'm just going to stick with 0.5, I think. But yeah, that's how you change that in here. So yeah, like, we've literally, created like 2 blueprints and a bunch of data assets, and like, look at how freaking much cool shit we can do, right? So, let's get on with this thing now. So, this will have to be inside of our blueprints weapon spawn here. So, we'll do an event. I don't think we'll do on event begin play. We'll create a function, and we'll call it upgrade item. So in this case, we will have to level up our item. I think the default for this should be 1, obviously, and value range 1 to like what, 99, like, or 50 or whatever level you want, right? So do that, and yeah, we'll just keep that at 1. Okay, and then yeah, by doing it this way, so you can, I think if you put 0 in here, it doesn't let you. Yeah, exactly. If I do 53, it doesn't let you, clamps it at 50. So, yeah, use this value range to really kind of hammer that kind of stuff home. And then the slider range, if you wanted to make this instance editable, you can do a slider range from 1 to 50 as well, right? So then that slider is only going to go up to 50 and go no lower than 1. So make sure that you guys utilize that, because it's a really good tool. Okay, so we got the weapon level. So when we upgrade an item, we're going to want to obviously know what level it is. So we'll just drag that and get that out here. And then we need the data asset. We need some stuff out of here. I just don't remember what the hell's in here, if I'm being honest. Utility. Yes. Is it? No, we're not utility. Sorry, I'm thinking of default, which isn't in here. Or variables. Default. There we go. Okay, so so let's say in this game your weapons don't get destroyed like in frickin' Breath of the Wild, right? That shit drives everybody crazy. I understand the game loop behind it. I just hate it, and I'm sure a lot of people hate it. Note to self, don't fill the DA with variables until you're ready to use it. Yeah, right? Pretty much. Yeah, durability is what I was thinking. So maybe we set the crit chance, like, yeah, we upgrade the crit chance, set the damage. The damage can go up. We can set the health. I'm just getting all of these out here so I can see what they are, and then we can kind of make a plan, because I literally have no idea how to do this. So, weapon health gets... Ooh, we can upgrade the rarity by level, right? And by what it has, so we can set rarity, I guess. Set rarity. And then, what else we got here? Set... Set crit chance. Do I have that in there? Yeah, crit chance, damage, durability, drain. I don't think that should change. I think that should be static. And by the way, I just realized, sorry, we can't change these from the data asset. We have to create variables inside the weapon spawn, because the weapon data asset is static data. So if we change the data asset stuff like we would be here, then we would be changing it for every weapon that is the Death Sword or the Skull Crusher or whatever the case is. Okay, so we will have to create variables for these, so we'll just see the ones that we want. Set rarity, set effect. You know what? Every time we update something in the item, the construction script should run. So if we set the rarity, or pardon me, if we set the... What's the other one that we had in here? The set effect. So yeah, we'll do that as well. So we'll set effect, because it might gain an attribute where it can get an effect or something, you know? So, and then we would change that, then the construction script would run again, it would see that our effect has changed, and then it would update all of our other stuff. So that's another good reason why we did it the way we did it. So I don't think we would do anything else, if I'm being honest. The only other thing we need is we need a map. So we'll say weapon attributes. And then we'll get the enum for attributes, whatever we called it. What did we make? Did I like blow a brain cell and like did we make that? I swear we made that. Or is it called weapon? I don't remember what it's freaking called. Add attribute. Okay. So e_add attribute. So we'll put that in here. Then we will make this a map. And the other one will be a name, I think. Yes. Yes. And then we gotta set... Oh, yeah, we gotta get the name right. Okay, so yeah, we'll figure all that out. But anyway, so let's make this map right now. We'll hit compile so we can access this. And, of course, shit. We don't even need this map. We just need a single. So, let's get rid of that, and I'll compile to get that back. Yeah, because we already have all of them here. Oh yeah, we made one that didn't name it. Jesus. Add attributes. Of wisdom, of strength, I guess. Because then we can do something with durability. Okay, so we probably have to create functions for all of these different options. But first, let's create the leveling up of the weapon. So, weapon level. Okay, so... SA makes... But make a repairman available. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry. Just going back because I didn't read some stuff. Yeah, Mark, I agree. Like, not do the Zelda Breath of the Wild stuff, but just like, yeah, your weapon is just absolute ass. And, you know, it does like 50% damage or something like that, or your effect wears off or something like that, and you have to get it repaired by somebody to get it back up to whatever, but you can level the weapon, right? So I think that's the way to do it. Name the ice weapon the Friesen Blade. Friesen Cow, get it? I don't get it, actually. I feel dumb now. That's just too many syllables for me. Yeah, right? That was a great pun. I'll give a cow moo to it. But I don't get it. I feel dumb. Anyways, so... That sentence had too many syllables. Apologies. Yeah, right? Apology. Oh, Apollo what? Oh, Apollo guys, like a business casual. Mark being the grammar police. To be honest, though, Mark saved me because I like released a thumbnail that had a bunch of spelling errors, and he's like, "You spelled these things wrong." I was like, "Shit, you're right." So I went and fixed them and re-uploaded the thumbnail before it became live. So that worked out. Okay, so and then we got you need max level and ×2 when you reach level 2. Oh, you're right. We do need max level. No, we don't need max level because didn't we clamp this? We clamped this at 50. So, I mean, we could, if you wanted to query if it was max level, I guess. You're right, yeah, you're right. So we'll say max level. And that'll be integer as well. Can we just get the value, the max value range? Like, is that an option? Sometimes I just have thoughts like this. Get max value range? No, you can't. Okay, that's too bad. Because then you could tell it, you know, to be based on whatever the weapon is. So yeah, we'll say max level is 50. So yeah, we will you should query separately. So we're gonna do functions, and we'll say query level up. And yeah, you should be querying separately from your what's it called? Your actual execution, because then you're not doing a bunch of work, and then if it doesn't work out for some reason, then, right? So, anyways, let's just make this a pure function. I don't think we need to do anything else in here. Just return, right? So, and then pure function. Does the weapon level equals max level, right? So we'll do that. Let's go to this other one, query upgrade items. So let's just run that, query level up. And we'll get a branch, and if we can level up, or if we can't level up, sorry, we'll get a return, and just say completed, false. Or leveled up, false, right? Okay, perfect. Aren't you guys happy that my stream isn't cutting out today, because I rectified the issue with like buying a 100-foot frickin' LAN cable? Yeah, I'm not dealing with that BS again. 30 megabits per second was just such garbage. Anyways, and you're paying for a gigabit per second internet. And you're getting 30. Now I'm getting 800, so this is great. Anyways, alright, so max... Yeah, so we're querying if we can level up. Can we level up? Yes, we can. So let's query if max level. By the way, I made a note to myself that I really need to work on my ums and uhs, because they're very bad. Like, recording Tarkov, there were so many, and I actually looked into a tool to, like, an AI tool to, like, help remove the ums and the uhs from my recordings, because there were so many. And in my first episode specifically, it said there was, like, 241 instances of me saying or ah. And some other filler words, like, alright, okay, right? So I say those all the time. Make max level 10 after you kill 10 enemies per one... enemy, set weapon level 2. Yeah, so that would be a different function in here. That would be tracking basically every time you kill an enemy, that enemy would say, hey, I died. And then you would have to subscribe to the enemy base event dispatcher that says, hey, I died, and then you would add X amount of experience based on that. If we have time, which we probably won't, we can add that in. So, but this is just basically the level up thing where we're going to add attributes to it, right? So, okay, so let's create variables for this. So let's promote to variable, crit chance, and promote this to a variable. Say damage. My brother just texted me. He's like, sorry, I called you while you were streaming. Oh, that's fine. It's, you know, sorry, not local variable, pardon me. We want weapon health, promote to variable, weapon health. I mean, I can get really in-depth on this if we guys want to continue this next stream. Like, I can do the weapon health system, we can do the, what happens when you damage your, all that kind of stuff, right? I can do all that for you guys if you want. So, promote to variable, weapon rarity, rarity. It's like my mouth's full, right? Rarity. Alright. Effect. Promote to variable. Weapon. Effect. Okay, so... just hang on here. Perfect. So we're going to set all these from our data asset in our, well, we can't do it in our construction script because that would override any changes we do. So we have to get rid of this, and I'm going to keep these to remember what the hell we're doing. And the weapon level we're going to use in some calculations. So we need to do this on event begin play. Okay, so we're going to get a data asset. And when you change levels, by the way, you should be storing all this information into a save object, right? So what was I doing? Data asset. Get data asset. We're going to copy all these. Where was the upgrade item? We're just going to copy all these. Copy. And event graph, paste. So why don't we just make a frickin' function, to be honest. It's just going to be way cleaner. Function. Say set default weapon, a default weapon values, I guess, call it. Okay, so we will get a sequence just to keep this neat, right? Ish. I pushed S and clicked, but I guess that's not good enough for you, Unreal. Get default scene root, that is wrong, sorry. Let's get rid of those components. Weapon data assets. And then we're going to paste all of those things. Perfect. So that's 5 pins. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. We are working in Unreal 5.7. Get crit chance. Plug that in. This actually should have, if we have a save game object, we should be getting the save game object and then pulling the data out of there and then setting it. Okay? And we should also check if the items are valid, I guess, in the save game object. That way, if they aren't, then we can just set them from our data asset, right? Okay, so weapon data asset, I'll just copy that, bring it down here. Get damage. Right, because obviously when you change levels or your player gets, or your whatever weapon or whatever gets destroyed or whatever the case is, or you put it in a stash, and then you want to come back to it. You want to obviously make sure that your items are saved so that we don't have to constantly re-level them up. So get weapon health. And get weapon rarity. Sorry, get rarity, I think is what I just called it in there. Yep, perfect. Get weapon effect. Or it's just effects, right? No. Get effects. There it is. So, one thing I also discovered during editing is that DaVinci Resolve has a feature called Ripple Delete Silence. My god, that saved me literal hours of editing, because a lot of it is just like, I'll put the two, it's, you know, my face, right, and then it's the background image and stuff, or the screen capture. So I'll put them together, and then I'll edit them together and cut out all the silences, cut out all the, like, the ums and ahs that I can. And, you know, make it make sense in the timeline, but let's just save this because I don't have save on compile always on. Like a noob. But anyways, yeah, I can ripple delete all the silence out, and it'll just trim out like 30 minutes right there, basically. It's amazing. So I discovered that. Okay, so we are setting all these, and then after that, let's add one more pin, and let's just get a return node just to keep it clean here. So that's all set properly. Now we're going to go to the event graph, and now we'll pull that function out. So set default weapon values. Upgrade items. So let's have a look here. So we're querying if we can level up, and if we can. Wondering how to... the weapon level is going to play a role, because obviously the higher the weapon level... Or is it? Let's just say for critical chance... Let's just get an add node, I guess. And we'll add the crit chance and... shit, I don't know. The crit chance is already pretty low. Oh, I had values on these two, didn't I? Crit chance was a 1 to 100. Sorry, value range. There it is. yeah, whatever the crit chance was, what was it in, like, most of these? So yeah, they're pretty low. So I think we add, like, a 0.1% to crit chance, because that would give a maximum of 5% crit chance on max level. Does that seem fair? What do you guys think? Okay. I didn't know DaVinci was still alive, let alone making programs for Windows. Yeah, right? I'm just reading the comments here. I take GIFs over edit any day. Well, yeah, Mark wants me to just release the raw thing, but he doesn't understand that some of the footage is like 2 hours long, and it's like some of it is like me looking at my notes or whatever. It's like I have to edit them, Mark. Like you're not losing any of the raw me stuff. I'm just cutting out all the stuff that doesn't matter just to make a video not 2 hours long, or 3 hours long in the case of the last one. TG tried to publish his game, but UE5 says his package is too large. God damn it. 5% crit is fair for the max level. Okay, sweet. Let's do that. So, let's go back to weapon spawn, crit chance, and we'll just say plus 0.1. Okay, there's our crit chance done. So we'll comment box this. Adds 0.1 crit per level for a max of 5%. Max level. There. Okay. So there. That's crit. Next is damage. Damage we added 100 across the board. No, we didn't. Pardon me. That was weapon health. What we had at that. So, oh, you know what else we should do? Is we should do durability drain as well. If we're going to increase the weapon health, it'll just, like, never die, right? So we should increase the weapon durability drain a little bit. Or maybe we should just have it, like, slightly higher off the top, and then as it levels up, the weapon health will take more of a beating. Maybe let's do that. That seems a little bit more fair, right? Durability drain. We didn't set that... Or we set that in each individual one. Let's change this. Instead of 0.1, let's do 1. Right? Let's just like, you know what I mean? Because like as our health increases, we're probably going to increase it by 10 per level. Then this 1% is going to make less of a difference, right? 1%, yeah, so you get basically 100 hits in before your weapon is garbage, right? I think that's fair, isn't it? So, I don't think 5% is fair for this. I think the Skull Crusher was really strong, so we wanted to... Let's do 2. So you get 50 hits in with this before you break it, and then obviously the level up stuff will be that. So, I did the Death Sword, so I'll do the Axe Lieutenant now. We'll say durability drain 0. Actually, nah. We'll put some drain on there. Let's do 1 as well for that. I think you know what? Let's do all of them. 1 except for like the odd couple. So we'll just go to weapon durability drain. Just make this 1% and save that. And then I can just open up the Skull Crusher, which we wanted to make 2. Oh, okay, it already did that. So did all of these update then? Death Sword, Lance, Penetrator. Oh no. Okay, they didn't update. That's lame. Durability drain for this. We'll do 1. Pincer Sword, we'll do 1. The Saber General. Let's do 1.5. We'll get 75 hits in before we break that guy. Okay, sweet. So that's the durability stuff. So damage. We should increase this by a percentage, I think. Because all the damages are different, I think, you know. So let's do another addition node here. And we'll do damage... Or sorry, let's do a multiplication node instead, sorry. And we'll do Whoops, I deleted the thing I wanted. Damage multiplied by 1.1? No, that's adding 10%. That's pretty heavy. 1.05. Let's do that. Okay. So obviously 1 times 1.5 is going to multiply this by it's going to basically add this plus 5% whatever it is. Okay, that's how that's going to work. So let's make a comment box on that as well. Increases damage by 5%. Yeah, so perfect. So yeah, then you can create weapons with like massive damage or whatever, massive starting damage or whatever, and then it's just going to become like this OP weapon, right? So that's one way to do that. And then weapon health. Let's do the same. Let's do the same for weapon health. We will just increase it by 5% each time. Yeah, okay, perfect. Let's do that. Weapon health. Multiply by 1.05. Increases weapon health by 5%. Okay. What's left? These guys. Okay, so now we're going to get into our re-rolly bits. Okay. So let's check if we have a weapon effect first. If we don't have a weapon effect... Actually, we can add that into the randomization. We can randomly roll something, and if we get something, it's like, oh, apply this weapon effect. But if it already has a weapon effect, then it's going to be like, oh, well, too bad then, right? It already has one, and then it can skip that, and that can just be part of the RNG, where it's like you rolled something good, but you didn't actually get it. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? Mr. Squarepeg, I actually didn't see you in the chat here. Welcome. Welcome. What are we going to do here? This face is right. You need to join us in the Discord. You fit right in. Not that fitting in is a requirement. I'm there for fuck's sakes. I'm on it. You fit in, Mark. You're slimmer than I am. I mean, you guys are all great. Honestly, this is like a really great Discord server. Super happy to be part of it. If you're watching and not a part of the Discord, really fun place to be. Really good place to learn stuff. I mean, if you don't want to be on there to goof around or whatever, it's at least a great resource to learn stuff. Mark's always posting stuff in the Unreal Engine resources, courses that are helping out everybody about like materials, framework, all that kind of stuff. He's also posting Humble Bundle stuff as well. So yeah, great stuff there. And then there's also the help forum and a bunch of other stuff. And if you become a member, there's the member area as well. So, but that'll be slightly replaced by the website coming out soon. But anyways, okay, so we got weapon effect, weapon rarity. So obviously we never want to be going down in rarity. So if it's a common, then it can go up, but if it's like rare, it should never be a common. So we got to make a check about that. I think I think these specifically should be in a function, but we can do that later. We just got to deal with the actual RNG rolling of this, right? So that's actually, no, I lied. Not when we level up. We don't want to do this when we level up, but this is just creating the level up system. We want to do this specifically when we, upgrade the item or whatever the case is. So if we upgrade the item or increase its strength, or are you still watching Moo Kisser? Cow Kisser? Right? 3% is probably good, yeah. I've either figured out a shortcut for molding or totally fucked my project. Fingers crossed, yeah, right? We bully Mr. Squarepeg to come. Oh, is that right? That's funny. So he just comments that he's here. That's great. TG, you decided what you're going to do with those assets? I'll probably give them away, to be honest. Hey, sorry, coming back and forth. Yeah, so per your request, sir, we have this level up thing or whatever. So, this is upgrade item. That's what I named it. So, okay, so actually, I'm just trying to think about your system. So maybe this level up thing, you level it up when you work on it, right? Maybe not from attacking or whatever the case is. So maybe your level's level 1 and then you go to like the blacksmith or something and you're like, oh, you can level this up to level 2. Cool. Add your things in that you want to do, and then it has a chance to roll and get something really cool, right? That's what we're looking for, correct? You spelled with a U and it's no E, by the way. I don't know, yeah, grammar police stuff, you know. Spelled with U, it's a quick. Oh, okay, I see. So, anyways, yeah, these are the two ones that are going to actually matter in this thing, right? So I'm real-time Fretmarin. Yeah, that could work to upgrade the item's base stats. Okay, sweet. So, yeah, it stays level 1 until you go to a blacksmith, and then you talk to the blacksmith, hey, blah, 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 you open a UI menu, and then they, you know, level this up to level 1. It's going to cost X amount of money, and you need these X materials, or whatever the case is, right? So that's what this would do. So we will level up, we'll increase the weapon's health and damage by 5%, and then add 0.1 to crit per level for a max of 5% at max level. Okay, great. Now, I'm just trying to think, if you do have items, if you put a specific item in, does that increase the right? Or, oh, you wanted it random, though. I was thinking, like, if you add, like, a specific item you found in the world that, it's basically, its effect is creating the weapon of, or sorry, not the weapon rarity, the weapon attribute. Set that. Like all these, right? Of health, of power, of wisdom, whatever. So, if you found something in the world that would add this attribute to the item, then we could do it that way, but you specifically said you want it to be random. So we upgraded it, and then it's just like, oh, this is blah, blah, blah of power, right? So it's a random roll. So just confirming that's what you want, or do you want to do it the way I just suggested, where you have an item? Because that'll be totally different based on what we're doing. There's a few ways to apply the affixes. You can have it be part of the RNG on roll. You can upgrade it at a vendor. You can use it, use another item to roll it. Okay, well, those are all three different things, right? So I will do the RNG roll today, but if you upgrade it at a vendor, okay, you like the RNG on drop, copy that. So we'll do that. Yeah, the other ways you'd have to add a function in here on the upgrade, or a switch node even. That's like, do we have this item on equipped? Then if you do, then you do the function that doesn't have the RNG, and if you don't have it equipped or whatever the case is, then you can do the RNG run. So we can do that. So anyways, Can we make an array? We should. Yeah, let's do that. So can I make an array out of this? Or okay, I can. So we're going to make an array. We're going to make this a local variable. Call it attribute array. And then we don't need this. We just need to set the things in here. So we're going to get those of power, of health, of wisdom, of strength. So all four of those. And then we're going to drag this out and get a random. We're not going to apply this every time, don't worry. Get a random array, so that way we will just pick one of those random things out of there. Now we need to get basically a RNG roller. I believe there's a function for that. It's random float generators. I can't remember what it's called. Random float from stream. Is that, what is this? Make this. Oh, okay, that's not what we want, sorry. We want, I think it's just maybe it's a random float from range. Is how we do this. Random float in range. And then we just set this to 0 to, like, 1,000. Right? And then we can check if it's... Can you get a between node? Or sorry, range, I guess is what the proper thing is called. Make input range. Okay, so then we're going to make an input range, and it will just say between, like, 550 and, like, 600, right? So if you hit those things, then you get a good roll, and then you can upgrade your thing, right? So... And input range, input structure. Perfect. So, we're going to get a random floated range. I'm just trying to... This should be a function too. So let's collapse this to a function. And we'll say, do we get attribute on level up? Okay, so do we get attribute on level up? So we're going to get the input range, random floating range, an Englishman, Irishman, and Scottishman walk into a bar. They have a few drinks. There's no joke here. Yeah. Who lasts the longest in the bar? The Englishman, the Irishman, or the Scotsman? Scotsman. That's a debate we can have right now while I do this. Oh my god. Two guys walk into a bar. Both of them say ouch. That's good. Anyways, so input range. I'm just trying to think what node I need to set this. I guess we just need to check if this equals this range, essentially. But how do we do this? You know what I mean? Random float in range. Maybe we just need an in range float. There we go. That's the node I need. So yeah, screw this make input range. Or we could, I mean, it would make no frickin' difference. So we'll just say 550 and 600, and we'll include the minimum and maximum. So random float range. Okay, so we're gonna grab that randomness, and we'll just say pulls random number between 0 and 1,000. And then this, we'll just say, I mean, this we can probably just do down here, to be honest, is value between 550 and 560. Or sorry, 600 is what I said. Way neater. Okay, so there's that, and then we'll get a branch. If false, which is going to be majority of the time, return. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need an actual return node, unless we want to just for debug purpose. Oh, we'll put the print strings in here if we're going to debug. So we'll do that. You need some water here. Is that your home phone number, real time? Aren't the British numbers like 13 digits long or something? Alright, so... Yeah. Mark's putting his phone number, that's funny. His 99999 phone number. I had to ask her a lot of times for the next digit, so... Is in range the same thing as a clamp node? No. This is looking specifically for a value within this range. A clamp node is going to not let a value go below or above a certain amount. I always use clamp nodes for my randoms. Yeah, this, I think, is the better way, if I'm being honest. It's 2 nodes, super straightforward, super easy. No, that's a reference to the IT crowd when they make an emergency service. When they make emergency services more sexy. So, alright, let's get this done. Okay, so we did get our successful thing. Now this is going to be an attribute. So we're going to get that random attribute, which I made a local variable in the other thing. But set default, no, we can close that. That's done. Query level up. Nope. Close that too. Upgrade item. Here we go. So we'll get this. And then we will get the event graph. Strikes. Subscribe to the realm. Welcome to the realm. So we'll go back to the attributes. So I'll make this a local variable as well. So attributes. Sure. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Plug this in. There we go. So we're going to get a random attribute, and we're going to now assign that to our weapon attributes. We'll set this as this. Okay. Then we need to add that to our weapon's name. So we didn't make that a what's it called, a whatever weapon name. Okay, and then in our default weapon values, we should add that in. Or sorry, I think you can add above, right? Insert before. Very nice. And then we're going to get our weapon data asset, which is already kind of messy, so get name. And let's put this above the weapon so we can actually see this in real time as well. And then we're going to set weapon name. Perfect. Compile, and yeah, let's go to the viewport, or yeah, the viewport, and we'll add a text render. And I will need to see the text render. I don't see that. Oh, I have to compile. Oh, they're all down there. That's lame. So put the text up here. We'll rotate it. Yeah, I was just looking to see what the rotation would be. 90. And whoops. Undo that. I guess go to center it. Sure, we'll make it slightly smaller as well. We'll do center. World size, we'll do like 13. We'll do it not super big. Oh, I centered it and I gotta center it back. So let's just clear the location and we'll start over. So we can just put it right there. Perfect. And yeah, anyway, so we'll set that now so that we can see what the names of all the weapons are in the construction script. We can probably do that first before we do all this stuff. It's nice and easy. So we'll copy this, paste it, get name of what, or sorry. I'm sorry. We did this. So, the construction script technically runs before the event begin play. Doesn't it? Yes, it does. Can we do... I think we can get a node, get play in editor, or are playing in editor, or something like that. I thought that there was a boolean that you could get to ask yourself if you're playing in editor or is simulating or whatever the case is, and then it doesn't run certain things. You can put it on the false branch or true branch or whatever. Is playtime? Like I don't know what it's called. No. Are we simulating? I feel like that's a node. You know? Which would specifically be here in the construction script. Because they have one similarly in the widgets called isDesignTime, and it doesn't you can add a branch off of that, and if it's design time is true, then it'll run the pre-construct script in the widget so that you can see your changes and all that kind of stuff. But when you actually simulate your game, that'll be false, and it doesn't create all these extra widgets, essentially, and overwrite data and stuff like that. So I thought that there was something in here. Be right back. Sounds good. Man, you guys are raunchy. Just kidding. I'm raunchy in real life too, so it's all good. But, alright, so I want to see the name. But I don't want to do it to override, you know what I mean? So that's fine, because if I hit play... Oh, the names aren't there. What the fuck? What's happening? So, weapon name. Did we just set that inside of this? Set default weapon attributes? We did. Set weapon name. Oh, I didn't set the text. So, weapon name, and then we're going to text render, set text. Text, yes. We got to, yes, okay, perfect. So then we'll compile now. That should work here. Yes. Sweet. X, yeah, it's hard to see. So, I mean, can I change the, oh, shit. One sec. There it is. There it is. Can we change the text render's color? Because it's kind of crappy. Let's do like orange, because then we can see, we should be able to see it pretty good. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, sweet, we can see it pretty good. So now we can work on that attribute thing right here. Do we get attributes? So we have a weapon attribute now. Now we need to set our name. Okay, so our new name, so we'll get weapons, pardon me, get weapon name. Sorry, so we're going to set weapon name, and we are going to append, oh, we can't append a name? So we'll have to convert this, we have to convert this to a string anyway. So, we have to go to string, I believe. Enum to string, because that's going to get the literal name of this enumeration. And we need to get the weapon name and convert that to a string as well. To string. Name. Okay, so there that is. Then we need to append those. So we're going to append the weapon name and then add a space, because it doesn't do that automatically, and then add the enum to string, and then we're going to plug this in. It's going to convert it to back to a name. Okay. I want to just check and see if this part particularly works. I don't really care about the random weapon attributes, so we'll just do of power, and then on event begin play. Oh, actually, yeah. Sorry, we'll do this, and then we'll disconnect this branch for now. We'll just plug straight into this, and then let's put this on begin play, and let's just test and see if it works. We gonna have, do we get attributes on level up? Okay, test that. Let's see. Did not work. Let's see here. I'm going to turn off. I just noticed my debug time was still on, so I'm just going to turn that off so we don't get that up there in case we need to look at some debuggage. Okay. So, do we get attribute level? Did I not plug something in properly, or what? Set weapon name. That perhaps... Oh, shit. I didn't set the text render. Set text. Okay. There we go. Now let's check and see if it works. Very cool, everybody, except they're all of power. So, did I not plug the random in? Or did I didn't add anything to this attribute because we did it before. That's what was going on. All right. Look at that, everybody. That's pretty badass, but it still didn't add in a space, which it should have right here. So unless I have to literally do a space and then come back. Yeah, silly. Okay, so there, that is going to work when it randomly generates the things, but of course, we aren't done yet. So we'll put this branch back in, so now it's a random attribute that we might get. Okay, and if that's the case, then that's going to be the weapon attribute that we get as of power or whatever. So if it's of power, we need to make another function now for what that means. Does that increase our weapons health? Does that, right? So, running out of time here, but we should be able to get this done here. So, we'll just say improve, sorry, add weapon attribute values, I guess. Okay, so actually, to be honest, do we get level, we should actually add a Boolean here. Do we get level attribute Boolean? We'll just say new attribute. Attribute. Sure. Okay, so that's false. This is true. Add weapon attribute values. So in this case, I think because we set our, what's it called? Weapon attribute. So we're going to get weapon attribute. We're going to get a select node. A switch node, actually. And then we can do some stuff in here. So we have successfully got this. We're going to increase the weapon's, either the damage. How are we going to do this? Because How about we just add to damage instead of multiplying it? Because every time you level up, your damage is going to get increased by 5%. So if we multiply this and then multiply that, that can get pretty out of control. So we'll do damage plus, 200 damage or something like that. That's actually super OP. Let's do 100. So. And then we're going to set damage. Okay, of health was defense, which we don't have anything for. Yeah, we don't have anything for defense. That'll be specifically for your player, so you'd have to probably get a event dispatcher or no, sorry. You'd have to get an interface and just, add player health or whatever and do that here. So I'm just going to drag it here and just say that. Sorry. I have to get a reroute node. Because I have to, not a return node. There we go. Comment box, say, use interface. Okay, there we go. Use interface to, I'll just, this is a nice to know thing, right? Okay, of wisdom increased our crit chance. So we're going to get crit chance and let's say, yeah, we got to set it obviously. Do we want to add as well or do we want to, yeah, let's add like a % or something. Right, so we'll say 1 to the crit chance. It's pretty good, to be honest. Or you can make that a variable and you can randomly roll. Ooh, actually, that's a good idea. So let's promote to. Sorry, let's just get random float in range. Or sorry, you gotta just type random or else it doesn't come up. Random float in range. So we'll say from like 0.3% to like 2%. Like that's pretty dope, right? So. There we go, that's pretty unique, right? Lots of replayability to grind it out and find something better. Of strength increases the weapon's durability, so... Weapon health. Yeah, so we'll do that. So we'll set our weapon's health, which will be the weapon health plus 100, I guess. We can just add another 100 to the weapon. There. Okay, so you can do the same thing with these if you want. You can just make a random float in range and just have a random amount come up, right? Boy, these do-si-dos really tank the old blood sugar. Yeah, do they? I have to say this is looking wicked, TG. Yeah, I know, it's going to be friggin' awesome. So, let's just comment box all these. Just it's obvious what they're doing, but increases damage by... a static 100 points. Crit chance. So we will... Let's move this down here so we can add the comment box here. And just say increases crit chance by random. Say 0.3 to 2.0. Amount, and then I'll just say also that this can be done for the other variables as well if desired. Cool. Alright, and then this one obviously we increase weapon health by fixed by a static 100 amount. Okay, perfect. So there's that done. And after that, we gotta just hit a return node, I believe. I wish we could make this a pure function, return node. And so I'm just gonna plug that in here. I'll just move this down here. It'll just make it messy. Ugh. Can clean it up with this, I guess. All right, so there's that. Perfect. Compile. So that adds the attributes if we are successful. So we can go back to upgrade item. Do we get an attribute on level up? So we're gonna check and roll. So we'll say RNG roll for new attributes. So again, we're querying and then we're doing the fix, right? In separate functions. That should be the way you guys do it, right? So we'll do this. New attribute. If we do get a new attribute, then we are going to add weapon attribute values. Okay, if not, we're going to keep going on our way, and then we're going to do the weapon effect. So we'll do basically, what's in here? We're not going to duplicate it. We'll just say, do we get a weapon effect? Okay, I just had another thought of something cool as well. So do we get a weapon effect? We're going to... Oh shit, one thing we didn't do in this guy, we didn't check to see if we already have a attribute. So we need to do that, or else we need to, and then we need to skip this if we do, because we don't want a weapon to just like constantly change attributes, right? I would hate that if I was playing an RPG and I found a sword that I really liked and then I leveled it up and it's like, oh, now it's, you know, something totally different, and then it fucks with my build. Like, yeah, that'd be bullshit. So we're just gonna say, does this equals a enum? And do we have none in here? No, we don't. We should add none in here. Into this enumeration here. Add attributes, and we'll say add none, but we got to make sure that it shouldn't be. I can't put none on top because it's gonna fuck with everything. So yeah, once you actually have enumerations actually implemented, then you can't change the order, or else it's gonna fuck with your enumerations, because these are bytes, right? So this is spot 0, spot 1, spot 2, and that's how you get the enums. You're getting spot 2, spot 3, whatever the case is. So if you add this up here, now that's 0. So now it's gonna get a different enumeration based on blah, 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 right? So that's how that works. So of strength, increase durability, and then this is just a none placeholder. Okay, so save. And we're going to go to weapon spawn. We're going to go to, does this equal none? And we want that to be true. If it doesn't equal none, that means we already have an attribute, and we're going to return that we can't. Oh shit, this should be in the query. Pardon me. Pardon me. So we'll delete this. This stays exactly as it is. And then we go to the, do we get a weapon attribute here? Weapon attributes equals enum. None. Perfect. If not, we're gonna return false. Okay. We don't get a new attribute. Okay, perfect. And so that solves that issue. And then the other one, let's just go back into upgrade item. Item rarity. We should probably, if it gets I think if it has a weapon effect and it has a, whatever the case is, then we should level it up and get, so common has nothing. I think rare has either a weapon effect or, a weapon effect or a, what's the other one we had? The weapon attribute, right? So if it has either one of these, it should be rare. If it has both of these, it should be legendary. Oh, yeah, buddy. Okay, so that means did we get an attribute, add weapon attribute in here? All of these, we should be increasing our rarity. Get weapon rarity. But how do we know? Actually, we got to check. Does weapon rarity equals rare? Because if it is, hang on. Weapon rarity, does it equal rare? It does. If it equals rare, that means that it already has an upgrade, so it should... Can you just increase the byte? Can you just plus like the byte on here? Increase, or sorry, enum not equal enum to string set enum data. No, this is... Yeah. This is a byte. Perfect. So why don't we do weapon attributes, weapon level. No, we want item. I just had it. Yeah, not attribute, sorry. Rarity. So we'll get the rarity. Can we get bytes? Make literal bytes. Okay, so that's going to get the bytes of the enum. So hopefully this makes sense, like I was saying before, inside of the enumerations, right? So these are all bytes, which is 0 through to 125 or 255. That's the maximum amount of enums that you can have, because that's how the maximum amount of bytes you can have in there. Okay, so this is all an individual byte, but the byte number is 0, 1, 2, blah 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 blah, right? So that's how this all works. So if I wanted to get a specific byte amount, make literal bytes. So this is going to be literally the one we have, right? So I don't need this anymore. Then I'm going to increase. Sorry, I can't increase by 1. Can I add? Okay, I'm just gonna add 1. Okay. And then can I clamp bytes? Byte enum wrap clamp? I don't know what that is, so I'm not gonna use it. So yeah, we're gonna add 1 to the byte, and then we're gonna get the item rarity, and we're going to something else with bytes. Oh, hey, max byte. I'm gonna use that. Is this greater? Is this greater than the max byte? We want to check that for sure. Okay, we're probably going to put this in its own function too. So, is the weapon rarity... sorry, I guess... A bytes... returns the maximum value of A and B. Oh, that's not what I want. I want... is the last, like, the last byte, basically. Is there, like, a length? I gotta look, because I haven't used this too much, so I gotta, like, look in the utilities. This is how I learn new shit on my own, to be honest. I just go in utilities, string text struct. I'm looking for enum. Okay, so is that all the ones in there? Not equal, literal enum, byte to enum. But we're going to need that eventually. So, yeah, we're going to close this because we're going to have to output this into here, and now this is back to an enum, and now we can set our weapon rarity. Where's weapon rarity here? Right down here. Now I can set weapon rarity as this, and it should be the new one, right? We're going to test this to make sure that it works, obviously. So, weapon rarity, this maximum returns the maximum value of A and B. I don't want that. I want just like the length of this array, like how many bytes are in it. Okay, that's under the math. That's why that didn't make sense to me. 2 text, 2 strings, set variable by ref. Set a value of the connected pass by. Does this... Well, we can do this instead of this, just to make sure we get the right one here. Perfect. Okay, so... Well, we know that there's only three, what's it called, variables in here, right? So I guess you'd have to just change this manually because I don't see anything in here where we can just get the length of this in a byte, right? Or can I get total... number of set enum data byte literal enum? Yeah, I don't see anything. So yeah, we'll just have to do this workaround for now. I'm sure there's something in there that I'm just missing, but anyways, so hopefully this makes sense to everybody what we're doing here. So if this is greater than 2, then we already are at legendary and we don't want to set this. We're going to skip this. So yeah, let's create a function or collapses to function. We'll just say increase rarity. He's got a rubbly tumbly. Who's got a rubbly tumbly? Switch in enum. Yes. Look at distraction. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, geez. Switch in enum. Sorry, do you wanted to do that? Why? Sorry. And why do you need a byte? I think I explained that, didn't I? Made popcorn. Yeah, so we need bytes because that's how Unreal Engine keeps track of these enumerations, right? So once again, here's all of our enumerations. It's a list, so we can just choose anything from the list, but the list is numbered from 0 to 255, right? But we only have, in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only have 7, so it's going to be from 0 to 6, right? So that's how it's not, when you're telling it to get this list, it's literally getting the byte and knows exactly which one on the list to grab. Okay, so that's how enumerations actually work. And in here, we're making literal bytes, so we're getting the byte of the value of this enumeration that we're currently set as. So if it's common, that's 0. If it's rare, it's 1. If it's legendary, it's 2. Okay, then we're going to increase that by 1, and then we're going to check if it's greater than 2, because that means that we are exceeding our enumeration's actual like byte size. Okay, then we need to take this byte and convert it back to an enumeration. Okay, then we're plugging that value in. So we're increasing the byte by 1, and then we're getting the enumeration value of that byte. I hope that makes effing sense, everybody. So, all right, so we'll move this down here. Increase the item rarity. This is in, yeah, increase rarity. And set by value, and then I think that's all we need for now. I see that at 2 o'clock. Sorry, this is... I'll stay on for a little bit just to finish this. Increases rarity on gaining attribute, or what's the other one? Effect. Okay? Enumerous makes sense. I don't even know how to read that out loud. I just made popcorn. I read that without the PCO. Or, yeah, I see. You were talking about something up here. Mark and Face have eloped somewhere. You guys are funny. Anyways, so we'll get compile here, and then we'll go to the event graph. And, sorry, we're working in this one here. So add weapon attribute values, then we're going to increase rarity. Okay, and then after that, then we should weapon effect. Yeah, oh yeah, we did this, right? Add attribute, yeah, we did that already, and then we need to do the weapon effect now. So we will duplicate this, because we're doing the same thing. So do we get a weapon on level up? This one, duplicates. Do we get effect on level up? You could also clamp this and do one of each. You know what I mean? So, do we get effect on level up? So, instead of this weapon attribute, we're going to get weapon effect. Does weapon effect equal none? And if it does, that means that we can get a new attribute. So, this is a pretty random roll, too, here. I'm going to change these as well, the random float and range, just because we want to test it and we don't want to be waiting forever to get an upgrade, right? So, anyways, attributes we're going to change to... So let's delete this, because I'm going to get errors. Delete that, because I'm going to get errors. Okay, so I'm going to change this to E underscore... What did we just... effect, right? Effect type. There we go. In the construction script, did we... We did. Set template. Good. Or get effects. We should make this a function. Set static mesh. Yeah, we should make this a function. Collapsed node to function. Collapsed function failed. Why? Let's see. Too many input connections in selection. Get effects. Copy. Can I disconnect this? Disconnect this. And now, oh, I see. Disconnect this for now. Now it should work. Now it should work. Collapse to function. Here we go. New function. This will be set effects, sorry, set effects and transform. And then this will plug in right here. Okay, and we don't care about that. We'll go into here and just make sure everything's connected properly. So we got this, and then we got this. And if we cast fail, then we're going to exit the function. And then we're going to return here as well. Perfect. So get the thing, load it, blah, blah, blah. In this case, can we use an async? Async. We can't, so we got to use blocking still. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, that's correct. Async is a latent action. So anything with a little clock, like a delay node, for example. Good God, delay. See this little clock? That means it's a latent action, meaning it can only go in the event graph. Anything with a latent action happens. It takes actual time and not like nanoseconds to execute. So anything like that has to be in the event graph. The only exception to that rule is timelines. You can put timelines and those in macros, but the macro itself then becomes a latent action. It can only go in the timelines. It can't go into functions. Okay, so that's why we can't do the async, and we have to do the blocking in those functions. So anyways, we set those perfects. Now we're going to go back to upgrade item, increase rarity, and we should we set the defaults again? You know what I mean? Because we've reset them, but we haven't... Or we've already set them. I see, we don't have to set the defaults. In terms of the name, though, did we do that increase rarity? Yeah, we didn't do that in here. So we will increase the rarity by 1, and then we got to add this to the name. So this is going to be read value of weapon rarity. Rarity will be at the beginning, right? So we will get the weapon names, and we'll set it here, and then once again we will have to get the name just by itself so we can convert it to a string. To string name. Then we got to get an append node, and we're going to break this here. So the first thing is going to be a rare, whatever it is called, or something like that, right? So cheesy bread on toast, yeah, right? So let's see. So let's get the weapon rarity to string enum. So we're going to convert that literal name, and we're going to make that the first one, and we're going to put a space. Then we're going to add the weapon name, and then a space. And then if we happen to have a weapon effect or a weapon attribute, we're going to add that into. Can we select? Get a select node out of here. Select string. Fuck yeah, let's go. So pick a. We'll just say weapon attributes does not equal none. Sorry, can we do not equal? Not equal enum. Yeah, let's do that one instead. Fuck. Come on back, buddy. Okay, does not equal of power. Or, sorry, of none. Does not equal none. That's true. It's going to select A, which is going to be our weapon attributes. So we'll get toString, enum to string, and then we'll plug that in. And if it's nothing, we're going to leave it blank, okay? What the fuck is cheesy bread on toast? What? When did I say that? Cheesy bread on toast? Yeah, garlic bread, yeah, right? Yeah, 100%. Call it garlic bread. No, like, who's going and melting cheese on toast and just eating it? Like, that's ridiculous. Alright. So that's that. We will plug in this guy to the weapon name, and then we got to set the text as well. Text render, set text, boom, boom. Okay, so we're going to set that text just like that, item rarity, and then we'll get a return node. God damn it, you can't see anything because the tooltip's always in the fucking way. This will get a return node as well. We don't need to check if it's true or false because it's going to just do its thing, right? Event graph. No, sorry. Upgrade item. increase rarity because that's done, and then that should be the end of that track. So this is where you could do one of each. You know what I mean? So do we get a new attribute on level? True. So we could add a branch. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. We'll add a return node here. Okay. Leveled up. True. Right. But if that's the case, then yeah, we'll exit the function. If we get one of these things, we're going to just exit the function. We're not going to roll for the weapon effect. We'll say if we don't get an attribute on level up, then we'll roll for this other one. Okay, set effects, right? No, sorry, set effects we can get rid of. Do we get an effect on level up? Here we go. So same thing, right? Get a random floating range. And so this is checking. We'll just put a comment. Do we have a effect already? So yellow for query. And yeah, those already have comments. Okay, weapon attribute, we want effect. So we're going to set weapon effect to be a random one. We had to change this effect type, which we already did. Then we're going to add attributes. Fire, water, water, electric, poison, dark, holy. Is that it? Oh yeah, and none. Actually, we don't want none in here. So deletes. Those are the sweet. Those are the ones. Okay, weapon effect will be a attributes, and we'll get a random item from array, and we'll plug that in and set that. So I got to change this now to reflect if we did. If we have the other one here. So let's increase rarity here. Is that where we did it? Yeah, so we'll just copy this. Because it's going to be the same. Copy, and do we... Sorry, I was thinking about something else now. Upgrade item in here. Oh, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. And then in the effects one, we'll need to do something similar. So, except not, yeah, weapon rarity, weapon name, weapon attribute, and then this is an effect. Let's add, let's see, do we want to add another pin? Let's just add pins. Let's break this for now. This is going to be the weapon attribute, so of power or whatever the case is. So we'll do weapon rarity, so the legendary. And then after that, perhaps we can do, instead of the weapon name, we can do the effect. And we'll get a select node for that as well. These should all have effects. These should all have selects on them, to be honest. So let's do that. So we'll bring that back. We'll duplicate this as well. So this is going to be the rarity. This is going to be the effect, and then the weapon name is obvious, and then this is going to be the attribute. Okay, this is already done, so we're going to plug that in. That's going to be a space. Weapon name will be here. This will be a space. And then this will be the effect. So this is going to be... Shit, we should almost make this a function and then run it. So, which is what we're going to do for sure. So let's just do that now just to clean this up a little bit. So collapse function. This will be set new weapon name. And this can almost be a peer function, to be honest. No, I can't. It's got to have an execution pin for this. Okay, so moving this rarity up here, we're going to have enum to string weapon rarity. And we'll delete this one and we'll plug this in. So for the weapon rarity, we need to check if it's not equal to enum common. We don't want common, right? So this one is the effect. So we'll get the effect not equal to none. Perfect. And if it's not equal to none, then we're going to plug in we're going to go to string enum, plug that in. Okay, there we go. So that should properly set our name based on if we have any of these attributes. And let's see here. We should actually be able to test this out too. So I think instead of doing it in here, let's delete this. Let's delete this. Let's just exit the function here. And same thing with, did we get, yeah, we'll delete this. Text render. And new attribute, perfect. And then the effect one as well, wherever that was. Do we get a new effect? Yes, we're going to delete this. And we'll delete this function, and we'll just do it in one place, which is in our updates or upgrade item thing, right? So this is all basically we're leveled up, so we're going to grab that function, set weapon name, we'll run that, and then we will exit the function. Okay, let's check. Sorry, is this upgrade item? Query of max level. Oh, we should do that on the event. Do we get attribute on level? Yeah, we got to do this off of event begin play as well. This is what I wanted to check to see if it even works. Okay, so compile and play. Sweet. What do we got? We got to spread these out so we can actually see. Damn, I missed the level editor where you can like just select a bunch of objects and then like offset them by a certain amount. Right there. And sure, whatever. Play. What do we got here? So we got Axe Lieutenant of Strength, Rare Fire Death Sword of Strength, Water Lance Penetrator of Strength, Legendary Dark Pincer Sword of Strength. This is badass, dude. Legendary Holy Saber General of Strength. That's pretty sick. Rare Holy Skull Crusher of Strength. That's pretty nice. That's awesome, to be honest. So, let's see here. Salad sounds like the Aussie version. Salad? Slide? Oh, I see. You guys are funny, yeah. Because we speak British English, not easy English. What's easy English? That's interesting. Okay, so anyways, we got this going. We got the weapon name, we got the attributes, so that's all in event begin play, which is perfect. And then in our upgrade item, we're going to be doing this weapon effect next. Do we get a weapon thing? Do we already finish this function? We did. Sweet. So let's put that on our upgrade item. And then we will do this, and then we can do, did we get a weapon effect? Plug that in. Okay, so let's run through this again just to make sure it's all good, and then we're going to I'll just add a quick print interact thing, and we'll just roll it and we'll decrease the rolls and stuff just to make it easy. So first we come in, we query if we're max level. If we're max level, guess what? You're max level. You're not doing nothing. Then we're going to add 0.1 crit per level for a max of 5% at max level. Get rid of this level, right? Increase damage by 5%, and then increase weapon health by 5% as well. Okay, then we're going to see if we get an attribute on level up, and this needs do we get a weapon effect? Did I not do this? Where did I do this? The other one. Do we get effects on level up? Oh, okay. I pulled... What the frick is this one, then? Add... just going to go back and delete that. So just so you know, I'm going to show you guys something cool, too. So if you don't know if a function is being used anymore, you can do this. You can do what... do we need to get weapon effects? So... Here it is. So if you go up here, and I'm sure you guys have seen this before, depreciated. If you check this and compile, and then it should tell you if this is going to be safe. Here it is, in compiler results. Do we get a weapon effect? This function has been marked as depreciated. It can be safely deleted if all references have been replaced or removed. So this is telling you that this is good to, basically it's good to delete. So if I delete it, it's going to go away, right? If I do something that's in use, like query level up, right? And I hit depreciated, and then hit compile. Query level usage, so it's telling you it's being used, but it's marked as depreciated. So this is where you would go and replace it, right? So then you go and, find references by blah, 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 right? And you do all that kind of stuff. So that's one way you can tell if something's being used or not. So we're going to get rid of, do we have a weapon effect? Because we don't need it. And we're going to hit compile, and we're all good. Okay, so do we get an effect on level up? That's what we actually wanted. Okay, and then we're going to get a branch on this, and if it's true, we're going to do this. If it's false, we're going to return that we leveled up anyway, right? And if this is false, we're going to try that. Yeah, okay, perfect. And then leveled up, no, perfect. Okay, so that's all good. That should all work. Let's create a quick interface. Let's do this. I'm just going to make it in here because it doesn't matter. Interface, BPI, interact. Okay, I'm not going to worry about visibility settings or anything like that. It's just a quick testing thing, because this would even be the final thing anyway, right? So, and then inside the weapon thing, we're going to have interact be implemented. Interact. Then we're going to go to the player controller. Third person. Player controller. And we will we'll just do a debug key. Debug, we're not going to make a, whatever it is, debug key, number pad 1, sure. Okay, and then that's going to be, we're going to get the player character, get actor eyes, viewports, and add math expression. It's going to be forward vector, right? Yeah, forward vector times distance plus starting location. We'll change these to vectors and vectors, and then we're going to get the get forward vector, plug that into forward vector. Distance will be like, I don't know, 500, I guess, and starting location will be this guy. Okay, and then we're going to get, sorry, just pressed. Line trace by channel. Plug starting location in, plug end location in, visibility is super great, and out hits, we're going to break that, and we're just going to get the hit actor, interact, message, done. Okay, so that's good, skinny that up, that's super easy, basic, debuggy, whatever. So then in the weapon spawn, we actually got to go into the event graph and implement this interface event, and when we do, we are going to level up, upgrade item. Okay, and then let's get a print string. Sure, print string, which we will append. This is going to take a minute to set up, but it's going to let us know what's actually. We don't need this. Oh, sorry, we do need this because we don't see damage, we don't see the crit chance, we don't see the weapon health, and we'll see these by the title of it, right? And we don't see the weapon level. So we'll do we'll say damage, space, plug in damage, crit. Sorry, let's do a up and down thing. Crit chance, space, plug the crit chance in. Up and down, weapon health, space. Plug that in, and then finally up and down weapon level, space. Perfect, so that'll be what it's going to output. We'll see the changes in the name and the effects being applied. I think what we should do too, if I'm being honest, is we should go to the data assets and just clear everything. So, sorry, I can edit all of them at once because I want to clear all of them. So this and this, open them, editing 6 objects. We are going to effect none and rarity common. Is that it? I think. Weapon, health, name of weapon, static. Yes, okay, so save that. So now they're all just regular Joe, lame-ass things. So they should be, but they're not. I thought I just edited them all so they don't have anything on them unless I missed one. Effect is none. There's the effect. Oh, that needs to be cleared. So we'll clear this because that gets set in the what's it called? Oh, that's the Skull Crusher only. Sorry, I thought I selected all of them. But yeah, that's what was happening because we effects none. Make sure that's all cleared out because we're setting that inside of our data or our weapon thing with our construct strip there. So effect none, static mesh. That's going to stay the same. Okay, let's try it out now. But why do you still have stuff on you? Of strength. They're all of strength, so something's not being set correctly. Durability drain, crit chance, damage, effect. So in our construction script, did we set this by accident somewhere? Set relative transform. On the event graph, set weapon name. Okay, something in here must be wrong. Of attributes, so... I see. This should be... These, I think, are the opposite, right? So, if it doesn't equal common, that's true, we're going to pick A for the weapon rarity. If the weapon effect equals none, which is true, then we're going to pick... These might be backwards. Weapon rarity. If it equals common, then we don't want to choose it. We want, but if it doesn't equal common, which is true, then we pick that. Okay, that's right. So this one must be wrong. So, does the weapon attribute equals none? Yes. Then we don't want to return that. We want to return that. And then this one, I think, is the same thing. Weapon effects. Yes. Okay. So we'll compile. That should fix the issue, I think. There we go. Okay, so there it is. Now, when I interact with it... oh yeah, let me fix the rolls, because the rolls are ridiculous right now. So, do we get an attribute on level up? We'll change this to, like, 10, and we'll make this between 5.5... Or we'll just say 5 and 8, just to speed it up here, right? And the other one was in, do we get new weapon effect? No, is set... Which one was it? Do we get effect on level up? Yes, this one. So 0 to 10, and then this will be 5 and 8. Okay, compile. Let's start interacting with some stuff, and then it should print strings. Oh, unless I fucked up the line trace again. I freaking closed the goddamn controller when I wanted to open it. Alright, so did I screw... Oh, I'm dumb, everybody. I was pushing F. Okay, so... One and not working. Do I have to hit this one? No. Or unless I didn't hit... Oh, there's no collision on them, of course. Okay, so let's put collision on them. So we will go to the weapon spawn. We'll add collision. We'll do a capsule collision. Okay, let's go to the viewports. And half height will be... Sure. Whatever. Yeah, that doesn't matter at this point. So anyways, we'll go down to this. Overlap all. We want to block all. Okay, compile. And now this will block our line trace. And now we can do this. There. It's not doing this. Let's draw a debug on the line trace. Maybe it's just not firing. I don't know. For duration, we'll say, yeah, 5 seconds. Love it. So, yes. Oh, it is firing. Okay, so perhaps it's missing. Is it missing? Oh, it's just, yeah, it's not even triggering it. But this is set to visibility. Maybe camera is what we need. I'm trying to quickly debug stuff, and then I just miss stupid shit, right? Okay, we hit something. We hit it. So we hit it, but it didn't do what we wanted. So why is that? Did I not plug it in like usual? No, I did. Upgrade item. So is that firing? We'll do the skull, sure. Well, let's have a look here. Ooh, it didn't even fire. It didn't even fucking fire. So, why? Event interact. What if we, in here, in this, maybe I gotta do this. Well, we don't really need to do this, but I just want to see if it's blocking. This first controller stop. Gotta resim. Check it out now. It is firing. So why don't you fire the interact? BPI interacts from the hit actor. So let's break the. Let's do this and let's see what the frick's going on here. Okay, so we got this guy. Sorry, let me make this bigger. Hit actor. I'm hitting myself. But why? Actors to ignore. Sorry, I gotta make and get player character. Always hate when you hit yourself. So annoying. Stop hitting yourself. Player character. There we go. Compile. Alright, let's check it now. Okay, we hit that breakpoint. Static mesh actor 1. What? What? The fuck? Never seen this before in my life. That's not an actor though, is it? Unless I hit the floor or something. Maybe that's the issue. I'm changing my debug key. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, anyways. Debug F. Debug key F. Okay. Okay. So I didn't, what the hell? Why are these collision settings not working? Just want to see what the frick's going on here. Unless the default, that might be it. Where, collision. Generate overlap events, we don't care about that, we want blocking events. So is blocking events not blocked? Let's see, weapon spawn. Component tick, component replication, activates. Oh, sorry, I want this one. Sorry about that. Get rid of this. Let's just collapse all. Collapse all categories. We want collision. Advanced. Okay, so yeah, I don't care about that. So it's the capsule component, which is right here. It's set to block all. And collision is enabled and it's blocking the camera. So there's no way that there's no reason that this shouldn't be blocking. Simulate hit events. So maybe, yeah, that's not checked. Maybe that's what the issue is. Still not getting it. This is hitting the floor. So we will just tell it to plane. Why can I? Oh, is it because I have to? Oh no, I'm on to do collision settings. All okay, that's why. And we'll grab collision presets, custom, and then we'll ignore the camera because I don't want to hit the floor and all that. Okay, right? So there. All right, so that's fine. And then the items. I just don't know why they're not triggering. It's saying we're not hitting anything, so it's obviously still a collision issue inside the weapon spawn, inside the capsule. Can generate hit events. Its preset is to block all. Right? Unless inside of this... Maybe... I don't know, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's going right through it, and it's saying it's not hitting anything. Which usually means that it has something to do with the collision settings, but the collision settings are correct, so... Let's just create this fucking channel and just to say I did it and it worked. New trace channel. Interact. And default is to ignore, except. Goodbye. Weapon spawn. I gotta compile to get that access. Weapon spawn. Custom. And block. Interact. Compile. And that is that yeah, no, now I gotta go back to the controller and change this to interacts. Okay, let's try that now. Still not working. So it's collision settings. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this. Unless this has to be the default scene route. Caps and Jennifer used for simple collision bounds are rendered as lines in the editor. We know. Visibility for trace and the weapon make it dynamic. Okay, so world dynamic. No, let's see here. What else you guys have? For object type, it's a little drop down. Say world static, make it dynamic. Oh, yes, okay, so I just did that. Aim lower cap Aim lower, capsule is small. Is it? Okay. Let me just show collision in the world and we can actually see what it looks like. So, right here, collision. Oh, look at that, hey? Okay, so let's grab the capsule. I'm just going to do it on my screen, and just we'll set it up here. And yeah. Yeah, something like that. Okay, cool, let's try that. I didn't realize it was in the frickin' floor. There we go. Okay, so we're hitting the weapon. Okay, sweet. So we're going to remove that breakpoint now. And we'll just continue our way. Damage. So, oh yeah, we should be increasing our level as well, which we didn't do inside of updates. Level up. Increase. Where is updates? There it is. Upgrade item. And after level up, let's just do this. And we will take our weapon level and we will actually get it. And then we will plus, and it should clamp at 50 on its own because I set that in here, right? So, all right, let's try that now. Turn around, there we go, okay. So F, there we go. Crit can't, weapon health, nothing's going up. Why is that? It's hitting the print string, so it's obviously running through this. Query if max level. Oh, does weapon... Sorry, that should be a not. Not equal. We don't want to be max level. There we go. Okay, it'll work now. Alright, turn around. There we go. Weapon level 3. There we go. We made it rare. We got the rare none pincer sword. Whoops. What happened there? It's probably the same idea. The rare pincer... The rare none, which would have been a effect. See the effect on level up, I think... Or no, we made a set weapon name in here. Yes. Yes. Okay, so all these should be B. Yeah, perfect. Okay, compile. Now we can roll this until we can get an effect here. Common pincer sword. Common none. Oh, it's still saying none. Just trying to roll this until we get something cool. Like, man, I'd be pissed if I was like this thing was like level 40 and I got fuck all on it. So something's not, yeah, and it clamped it at 50, perfect. So something's not working. Are these correct? Right? Because maybe, well, if it did get it, it would have said it though, right? So I'm just gonna make the roll chance basically like a 25% chance, right? So afterwards, are these correct? Because I still got none. Weapon. Yes, it was the weapon rarity. So if it is common, which is true for it should be true for everything. It should be picking nothing. So let's just check one more time here. Contents, data, let's check all these. Where is it? Rarity, common. Okay, so if I open the next one and it's common, then it's, okay, so they're all common. So that doesn't make sense to me. Perhaps we should, on the event graph, sorry, I'm in the controller. On the event graph, set weapon name. Event graphs, just thinking out loud here. Off the event begin play, we should do this as well. I just want to see. No, those don't matter, sorry. It's the name at the beginning. Perhaps it's in the, oh, you know what? It's because it's in the construction script. No, we didn't. We did it afterwards, right? Yeah, we did. So, event graph, set weapon name. So we go in here. Let's just pretend it's the first time we're going through here. So we're setting the weapon name as we're checking the weapon rarity. Yeah, let's add a print string at the end here. I just want to see the values, or I could do a breakpoint instead. That'll be quicker. Play. Breakpoint. What do we got here? Common, none. So, common, none. Okay, so this is the one that's not working. Weapon effect does not equal none. Make this make sense in my brain. How about this? Fuck these nodes, because they're confusing me. Equals enum. Okay. Does our weapon effect equals num? None. Yes. Then it should be here. Okay, this should be the same thing. Equals. Sorry, wrong equals. That's an equals byte, if you guys were wondering. So... None. Okay, so... Oh, I'm sorry. This goes in here. There we go. So, our weapon attribute equals none. That's true. Pick A, so we're gonna not do anything. Okay. This makes sense. Doesn't equal... If this doesn't equal common... Let's get rid of this too. Again, it's just confusing me. The double negative shit, right? Equals enum. Does our weapon rarity equal common? Yes, then choose A. Okay, so that should work. These are all plugged in. Perfect. Those are all good. Alright, so we're going to get rid of this breakpoint, and now everything should look better. Okay, so pincer... Oh, yeah, now everything is of strength, so this one of these is still wrong. Of strength is a weapon attribute. So, does it equal none? This should be an A. Yes. If this equals none, that means we don't have a weapon attribute, and we should add a new one. This might be true for this one as well. Weapon effect equals none. That's true. That means we assign this attribute. Okay, so... Fuck, make that make sense, man. Okay. The none pincer... What the fuck? How does one work but not the other one work? They both are the same thing. Right? None is a rarity. Unless... No, that's... What did it call it? The none pincer sword. So yeah, let's put another breakpoint on just to see which one's failing. Like, I don't know. I can't wrap my brain around this, apparently. You guys all know what I'm trying to do, obviously. So, Alt F4. Yeah, no thanks. Okay, this is returning none. Okay, yeah. This should be B. Okay? Because if it equals none, that's true, then it was picking this, right? So this should be true. But why does it not work for this one? I'm so confused. Oh, okay, yeah. I think I understand. So, if we don't have a weapon attribute, that's true, then we're going to assign this one. If we don't have a weapon effect, then we don't want to add the name in. But that doesn't make sense. Like, literally, they're the same. I'm so confused. So, let's just check this breakpoint now. So, now we have the Skull Crusher, which is exactly what it should be. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to question it. I just don't understand how the fuck that's different. So, anyways, play. There we go. Pincer swords. Everything's super lame, right? And then we're going to keep leveling it up. Maybe we'll get an attribute sometime soon. Oh, so I'm not hitting it. There. Rare poison lance penetrator. But the poison should be spawning that effect. So we'll fix that here in a sec. And now, do we get any more? Come on. Roll better. Okay, fuck, we're fixing the rolls. The rolls suck dick. So, alright, query sets. Do we get an attribute? Random floating range 4. And is it between, is it 1? Right? Between 1 and 1. Or 2. We'll put 2. There's a 50% chance we're gonna get something just so we can test the goddamn thing. And then, add weapon. Do we get this one? 4, 1, and 2. Okay, so that's good. And yeah, let's check the effects, because the effects weren't working either. So I think we got to call that. Where is the event graph? After upgrade item, we need to run set effects and transform. Okay. Okay, let's check something else. Let's do the Saber General. Rare Water Saber General. Where's the effect? And I'm still getting nothing else, and the odds are very good, so... Unless it's rolling... Yeah, maybe it's rolling something else. There's an extra space in there too, which is silly. Inside of set weapon name, there's an extra space somewhere. This is weapon effect. Is that weapon effect water? Yes, that's where it was. Okay, so compile, and then our effects aren't adding still for some reason. So set upgrade item. So we do this, and we hit a effect. Okay, so a new level effect, and when we do that, maybe this is where we should set the weapon effect. Set effects and transform. And then let's just check this. Maybe this got cleared or something. Can you fuck off and get in there? Jesus. Okay, anyways. Set templates. Get effects. Effect. Oh, we cleared these. That's right. So this needs an input now of an effect. So let me just promote to local, and then just, you know, I just want to do this quick. I got dates and stuff, you know? So actually, yeah, we'll keep that we'll keep this. The effects, sure, whatever. And then this will say the effects. And then I'll plug those into what? Oh, there's something else named effect. That's right. Effect. Right? Sure. Just name what I want. Copy paste, and over here too. Perfect. Okay, and then this plugs in here. Compile. Shit, this can't get set here. This has got to get deleted. Is this in the... Yeah, it's in the weapon data. That can't be there. That's also probably what's happening as well. So this effect needs to get dragged into here. There we go. Yeah, we don't want to set anything other than this local variable inside of the data asset, because it'll change it for all the items. Okay, so hit play. For the love of God, just frickin' work now. Oh, now you're not even triggering. Okay, there you are. Rare dark pincer sword of what the fuck. Come on, get an item. Come on, or get a thing. Come on. Okay, well, something's obviously not right, because it's basically a 25% chance to get any of these things. So let's make it a 100% chance to get those things, and then we'll figure out what's going on and what's not working. Oh, effect didn't get plugged in, everybody. That's what the hell's happening here. Weapon effects. Save, and then that's just the effect and the transform. Okay, so copy. I just wanted to see if there's anything else that... just gonna close all... Oh yeah, it's looking here. No, that's not what we want, right? Increase rarity. Did I say... Oh yeah, I was gonna put it in here, and then I put it elsewhere, so we're not gonna worry about that. Let's just close all these and walk through this. So checking to make sure everything's all plugged in here. So increased. So we can get a new attribute unless I didn't check true or something in here, and I did. Does it equal none? True, then we can get a new one. Perfect. And then if it's true, then we add a weapon attributes. And we increase our damage. We don't ever set our attribute though, do we? Oh no, we obviously do. Yeah, right there, so that'll be back in this. Okay, we set our attribute copy. Okay, so we do that. Yeah, these were all kind of working before, right? Until we like started doing this, the leveling thing, and putting it all together. So RNG roll for new attributes. That's true, it does that. Then it increases the rarity, and then it sets the weapon name, and then increases the level. Okay, and then this, if it's false, do we get an effect on level up? Does it equals none? Yeah, we're gonna make this like 100%, basically. Between 1 and 1, and this will be 1 and, you know, we'll just bypass this, basically. Yeah, we'll bypass this branch, because we just want to check see if it works. Yeah, you could create a debug thing, but we're not gonna. We're just gonna do this, and then same thing with the other one. Do we get effect? Are we in effect? No, we're not. So this will be... Oh, we did effect, sorry. attributes. There we go. So check that, move this down, move this over. Okay, so we should every single time get something. And then we can debug this. Okay, sweet. So you got a rare water pincer sword. Then you get a level up, and then it's not getting, what's the other things? Of strength, any of the attributes. All the attributes aren't coming in, so. New attribute false. I'm just looking at this now. New attribute false. Do we get an effect? Weapon attribute. Those are all set. They're all randomized. We're getting a weapon attribute. We're setting new attribute true. Oh, shit. Okay, well, yeah, of course this is going to fail now. So let's... Actually, no. This should still fail, because we'll get the attribute the first time, then we'll come in the second time, and then this weapon attribute will not equal none. It'll be false, and it'll exit false. We should just perhaps run through this on a breakpoint here. And just see what the frick's happening here. Play. So we're going to do the pincer sword. Okay, and then we will interact with that, hit that breakpoint, and then we'll maximize this. And we'll step in there. Okay, this actually works the first time, because we get an attribute right away, which... Oh. Never mind. We want this to be a knot. Compile. But it's funny, because it literally worked the first time. Didn't it? Oh, no, it didn't. It made it a rare. Okay, I see. So, alright, this should fix our issues. I will get rid of that breakpoint so we can just see our results. Rare pincer sword. What did it do? Legendary rare pincer sword. Legendary rare pincer sword, everybody. Extra legendary sword. Is that because we have the, oh yeah, because it's adding the weapon name to the weapon name. Oh shit, yeah. Oh fuck, that's perfect sense. That's perfect sense. So we got to edit that now in our we're set new weapon name. This makes total sense. Select. So instead of these selects, because we don't want it to continuously add to the weapon, because the weapon name will already be set, right? If we have any of these other ones. I wonder if we should do... I'm just thinking. The only one we had an issue with was the rarity one, which is correct. Perhaps, fuck this. Oh yeah, no, we did this. We're getting the weapon rarity. Maybe we don't... Because the issue is that we set the weapon name as all these things and then we just keep adding to it. So can we add another selection option? No, we can't. So okay, let's do this. Let's clear the weapon name first. So we'll come in here, we'll clear the weapon name, and then we'll reset the weapon name as these. Okay, so that should fix that issue, I think. Yes, that did fix it. Legendary none, everybody. Legendary none. Look above, I've supplied the answer. Above. Penetrator, I hardly know her, god damn it. You just wanted me to read that comment. Get rid of the select string and just add a branch. I mean, I think a branch would be more work personally. Oh shit, okay, well we can't... can we make literal name? And just have this be nothing? There. So yeah, because it was adding... yeah, okay, that makes sense. So we'll hit play. Yeah, I think a branch would be more work. Rare none. Legendary none. Jesus. Why don't we set the weapon name to be whatever it is in the data asset? Get name of weapon. So we got the Saber General, Rare Saber General, Legendary Saber General. Cool. So it changed the names properly, but it didn't do anything with the effects. So, okay, we fixed that issue. Upgrade item, we're going to put another breakpoint on here and see what the hell's going on now. Okay, we are going to step into this. Where's my... oh, sorry, I didn't interact with it. The pincer saber. Next. This is what? True. So we have it set to none. Perfect. And then we're going to get a random one, which is going to be the of power. New attributes. We got a new attribute. We're going to add this attribute. And weapon attribute as of power. So we're going to go up there. We're going to increase our damage. And then we're going to go to the increased rarity, which we know works. We can just skip that. Weapon name. So we got set weapon name. First it sets it to the just regular default pincer sword, and then it's going to add all these extras. Rare pincer sword, because now we have the attribute of power. Does this equal... oh shit, that's why it's failing. Because by this time we've already set it. So, yeah, I don't think we actually then need these. The only one that matters is this one, because if it's common, we don't want to add it to there. But if it's just regular... oh, shit. Okay. Okay, this is why this needs to be B. Okay. Okay, this is all making sense now. Because if it's still none, we don't want to add it to the thing. But if it's... if it equals none and that's false, then we want to add that in. Okay, let's see if this helps. But yeah, then we got to fix the effects, which are still not working. Pincer sword of strength. We hit the breakpoint again. Let's see what's going on with the effects, unless maybe that was the issue. I don't know, but this should be false anyway because we already have one. But it's still true. I see. That's why it was equals equals. So we fixed the wrong thing in the wrong place. That's what it was. Okay, equals equals none. Compile. We'll hit that breakpoint and I'll get rid of it. Almost there, everybody. We almost got this working. Okay, so nice. That worked. Let's just do it without the breakpoints. So we got the pincer sword of strength. Okay, we're running into that issue again now. Because they're not of strength. None of these should be of strength. Right? New attribute on level up. What's the oh, okay, hang on. What's the default? Weapon? Yes, I think this is what's going on. Weapon... where the fuck are you? Effects? None? Rarity? Common? Where's the other one? Attribute. Of strength. Okay. None. There we go. There we go. This should be a fully complete system now, hopefully. So we got the Axe Lieutenant of Power of Health. Okay, they're randomly being set on, I'm assuming, event begin play, so... set weapon name, get attribute. Okay, yeah, we were testing that, so we can get rid of that. Set default weapon values, set weapon name. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Regular ass weapon. Skull Crusher is now the rare Skull Crusher of Power and the legendary poison Skull Crusher of Power. Oh, that sounds so badass, everybody. That thing is badass. Saber General is now the rare Saber General of Power and the legendary Poison Saber of General. Okay, so well, those are the same. So hopefully we get something new. Rare, yeah, okay, rare Pincer Sword of Strength. Legendary Electric Pincer Sword of Strength. Alright, nice. What do we got here? We got the rare Lance Penetrator of Power and the legendary Water Lance Penetrator of Power. That's frickin' badass. Okay, so Death Sword. Rare Death Sword of Wisdom. That sounds so counterintuitive. Like, legendary Poison Death Sword of Wisdom. That's actually pretty spot on. That's pretty badass. Okay, Axe Lieutenant. Rare Axe Lieutenant of Power. Legendary Water Axe Lieutenant of Power. That's friggin' awesome. Anyways, that is the system. So hopefully, Cowkisser, if you're watching, that is what you're looking for. Obviously, you can rewatch the stream to see what we did, but let's summarize it at the end here. So we, everybody who's watching late can see what we did. We did make some data assets, and we made a data asset that has all of these things in there. Okay. In our data asset, we also made a function to get the effects based on what we've chosen on the effect thing here. So we can set this in our weapon spawn blueprints to be any of these, where are they there? I was just talking about effect. So any of these effects that we made in this enumeration, and then it's going to get the effect that we actually assigned in here on this select node, and then we went in and figured out the transforms for each one of those effects, and then we just placed it inside of this select node and returned it. So that's going to automatically set all of these things for you guys in your blueprint, so you don't have to do that manually. Then obviously we created the data assets for all the stuff, and we created 3 enums, one for add attribute, which will be of power, of health, of wisdom, of strength, and we put the descriptions over here of what those are. And then we did effect type, so fire, all of those ones, right? Make sure none is in there. And same thing with the other one, add attribute, we'll make sure none is in there as well. Then we made the rarity system, so we just did 3 in this one, common, rare, legendary, whatever. Okay, and then we made a weapon spawn. We get our data asset. We went into our construction script because all of our assets will be soft references, meaning that we need to load them into memory when we use them. Okay, so we have the static mesh. We are load asset blocking, and I explained before that we can't async load in a function because that's a latent action, so you have to use load asset blocking, which just means that this node's going to stop the code until the asset's loaded, and then it's going to continue on its way. Then we're going to cast to the static mesh because this is an object reference and just generic things, right? So after we've cast to it, then we're going to set our static mesh component here. Then we're going to set effects and transform, which is a function we made to get the effects from our data asset, load the effect, cast to the particle system, and then set the template in our weapon effect components, and then finally get the weapon effect and set the relative transform to be whatever the transform was so that it offsets the weapons correctly, okay? Then, what do we do after that? Yeah, so in here, we, on event begin play, we're going to set the default weapon values. So I explained that we should be doing this out of a save game object. So if you put this into storage, go do stuff in a faraway land and come back, you can load from save, and then this can set the data from that save object, okay? But currently, right now, we're just getting it from our data asset from what we set, and then we went over that, and then we set the text up here as well so we could see what the result of that all was. Finally, on event interact, we are upgrading our items. So this is the function we worked on the whole episode. So query level up, this is just a pure function. Weapon level does not equal max level, right? Then we're going to go and adds 0.1 crit per level for a max of 5% at max level. So just taking the crit chance that's already set from our data asset, and we're just adding 0.1% crit chance every time we level up. Then we are increasing our damage and our weapon health by 5% by just timesing it by 1.05 every time we level up. That will be based on whatever the weapon's data is in the data asset that we set, right? Okay, and then we're going to roll RNG roll for a new attribute. So I have this set to basically every single time just so we can test it, but originally I had it at those numbers there if you guys want to change those if you're going to download the project files, which are a bonus of the members. So in here, we're checking if our weapon attribute equals none, meaning we don't have an attribute already applied. Then we're going to return true, and we can plug this back in now because we know it works. Okay, then we're going to get a random attribute from this array list or local variable that I made down here, and it's going to assign one of those and return that we have gotten an attribute. Okay, following that, We'll go true up this branch. We're going to add that attribute. Remember to keep your queries and your executions separately in separate functions. Okay. Then we're going to get a switch node based on whatever attribute it is. It's going to increase our damage. We would set an interface increase to our player health for the health one. The wisdom is just going to increase our crit chance by 0.3 to 2. And it can be done for every other variable as well, where you can just get a random float in range and set a random amount. And then we can increase the weapon amounts as well for the of strength. But same thing, just you can make this random float, get a random float in range, and it should return that. So following that, we will return and we will get the rarity here. So we'll get the item rarity. The bytes I explained are how enums work. You guys can go back and watch that because it was a pretty lengthy explanation. But basically, we're getting the number on the list that this is, and we're adding 1, and we're checking to see if it's above 2, which will be legendary, right? We don't want to go above legendary because there's nothing there, right? So it'll set it as nothing. And then if that's all good, then we will set it as the new enumeration and then exit this function. Finally, we'll set the new weapon name. We're basically getting, we're setting the weapon as the original name of the weapon just to avoid any errors, and then we're going to find out if any of these are equal none or common, and if they aren't, then they're going to return their actual values and then add those into the weapon name, and then we're going to set our text once again. All right, finally, we will add 1 to our weapon level and set it, and then the second pass through, if this is false, then we are going to check and see if we are going to get an effect, and it's going to be the same idea as the attributes one. So there it is. And those will all work. You guys can come back and set those to whatever you want. And I'm not going to put the project files up right away because it's a little late and I want to get going on the Valentine's Day thing with Azura. So I'll come back and I'll have to do this another time. And I will, yeah, at the end of the week here, I should be, like next week, I should be ready for Tarkov. I just have to edit the last couple of, the intros and outros, put those in, export all the files, create the thumbnails, upload them to YouTube, blah, blah, blah. So shouldn't be too much longer, then that'll be done. So probably next Saturday, you guys will be finally seeing some regular long-form uploads from me. Okay, so let's see here. All right. You guys are making jokes still. You guys are funny. Because the attribute isn't none. Oh, I see. I see, okay. Yeah, sorry, I get all caught up and focused on, like, what's, making this make sense, and I don't actually read the comments, so Fatman, apologize, I didn't get your fix in place here. But, anywho's, after we've finished our upgrade item, we do need to set the effects and transform just to get the effect, the correct effect and all that kind of stuff. And then I just have this print string here just to see what's outputting damage. So, yeah, that's that system. If you guys want to see more RPG-related stuff, you guys can request it in the... oh, I can't even... There we go. You guys can request it in the how to request a system here. So just make sure that you hit that QR code on screen. You guys can request a system for me to make in Unreal Engine. And if we happen to come back to this one, I may make an additional project just because the project files, right, I just want to keep them intact if you guys just want this system or whatever the case is. But yeah, we can create some other systems, RPG stuff as well, because we've been focusing a lot on first-person shooter stuff. But anyways, so hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope you guys tune in next Saturday when Tarkov gets released, so you guys can stay tuned for that. But otherwise, you guys keep learning until you game over. Peace. Not be right back. Bye.